For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I don't want to, I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. And then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So, I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not they're going to, the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working towards.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding. So they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there, all of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics where, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind,
Yeah.
actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it,
Yeah.
that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about.
That's correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's
I
actually
didn't say
pretty
that wrong.
good. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said, "Mission accomplished."
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult, not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. I think, and it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years, but figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is, and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind, why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, "Go home, we love you." Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history, and information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. what was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are, because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, Americans supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, eliminated political rivals through, various means or subjugating their own people. When you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, we actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE. But doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still, and for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. There's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows.
Yeah.
About how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially with, I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter like talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons, so they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did, and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache, I mean, not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversaries' position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump, was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in health care. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in.
And it's unfortunate for people because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him were promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted of the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice. Mm-hmm. Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events. You just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And it's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right? Like,
right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now, but every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle
During
of a pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. Then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. your unemployment soared, the country shut down for a period of time, and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And I've seen it in my own life personally, people I know, that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump, but it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is a thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that stain is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion, right, but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority conservative justices that he put on the court, have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too. There's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately the conspiracies from that side of politics, were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability and, Trump can do no wrong. And, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And then we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and what was it, 150? 250 other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years. which makes me wonder, how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, yeah, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get like, a third that are good at their jobs, like, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign, or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might, the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more, not traditional, but a more professional government. And I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for, our allies. And
I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also in turn be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully, if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully, whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic like task force, is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency. Do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future. All right. Let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much. And I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out, and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing, because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House, administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. But he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there in his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come, but I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in?
Tune in, sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right. Another in the books. Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 120, Dealing with Disappointment. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my sensitive and understanding co-host, Madison.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Anything exciting this week?
I'm in my week of band camp.
So how's that been going?
I'm kind of mentally exhausted at this point.
I can imagine. It's been a very long week.
I've had a couple breakdowns,
Kind of rough weather out there doing it this week too, isn't it?
Yeah, various occasions we've had to come inside with thunderstorms.
Yeah. Been hot too, hasn't it, the last couple of days?
Yeah. In fact, we actually weren't allowed today. We were actually let out early because we weren't technically allowed to be on the field.
Ooh.
From 11 to 10, I believe, we weren't allowed on the field.
Wow. Well, we might do a podcast on marching band and delve into that a little bit deeper, a little further down the line there.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. It sounds like it's something interesting to talk about. But that's not what we're talking about today.
Yeah.
Today we're talking about dealing with disappointment. So I'm sorry if you're disappointed that we're not talking about marching band today.
It's fine.
Okay, good. So this week we're talking about disappointment and how to deal with it. We'll discuss what disappointment is and what causes us to feel disappointed. We'll explore the signs to look for that indicate our teens are disappointed and some common things that can cause disappointment. We'll finish up with some tips on how to help teens deal with disappointment. Ready to get into it?
Sure.
All right. So what is disappointment? So this definition comes from a website we've used a few times called psychologytoday.com. Disappointment is perhaps the most immediate emotion children experience after a perceived failure. Disappointment involves the feelings of thwarted desire, loss, and discouragement when children fail to fulfill their hopes and expectations or those of others. Children are going to feel disappointment when they don't achieve their goals or believe they've let you down. Disappointment is a natural response to failure, but some children react to their disappointment in ways that increase the likelihood of more failure and disappointment. These children who are faced with disappointment reduce their effort, give up easily, or quit altogether. This reaction to disappointment can cause them to feel incompetent and inadequate, which, if persistent, will lower their self-esteem and will definitely prevent them from achieving their future goals. Though some disappointment following failure is normal, children who are hit hard by disappointment mope around the house, look demoralized, and feel sorry for themselves for far longer than they should. So let me ask you, I'm assuming at some point in time you felt disappointment, right?
I mean, yeah, like, it's pretty much a natural emotion at this point, so, yeah.
And can you give us an example of how you dealt with it?
I guess I can kind of bring up a marching band reference.
Okay, that's perfect. So we are talking marching band today. No disappointment.
I mean, it's a reference that I can have from,
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, I guess some points when I would feel disappointed in marching band would probably be like when I mess something up, like a piece of music or a visual aspect or really something like that. I do sometimes feel disappointed in myself that I wasn't able to really get it on the first try, and while some of them have been extreme to the point where I can't really find a positive to it and I kind of have it get to my head, other times it's just like, okay, I know that this is hard on everyone, and I'm not the only one who doesn't know how to do this. All I really need to do is pick up and just try not to do what I did.
So when you feel disappointment in this specific type of situation, is it something that's centered on you, that you're disappointed in yourself, or is there some concern or fear or consideration that you're disappointing the rest of the band or your band leader or section leader or something like that?
I mean, it's kind of both in certain instances. A lot of times I do feel disappointed if I can't do something right. But then on top of that, individually, if I mess something up, I feel like I'm gonna mess the entire show up because we all have individual parts, and for the most part, no one has the same part. So if I mess something up, then I feel like the whole form's gonna be messy, and the show's basically gonna not be as polished as we were hoping.
Yeah, and performing arts is very difficult when it comes to that, especially when you're doing something that's unique. In high school, I was in choir myself, but it was a group chorus, and I was never expected to do solos. I think if I was, I probably would have freaked out and not done very well. I can sing in so much as I can make relatively in-tune noises with my voice, but I was never someone who could get up in front of a crowd and do it solo. So in that situation, I kind of got lost in the crowd there. So if I did bad or I missed a note or something like that, my voice wasn't pronounced enough to have really brought the crowd down. However, in a situation like yours where you're playing a unique part or one of maybe 2 or 3 parts, it's noticeable, especially when you're visually out there doing it. What do you do to combat that kind of anxiety or worry when maybe you have a stumble or you miss a note or something like that? How do you deal with that?
Well, I have to kind of just continue to follow the form, and try to look like, okay, I know what I'm doing, just pretend like you didn't miss that. Because that's kind of what they actually are teaching us. Like, if you do mess up, own it, basically. Like, if you mess up, okay, just don't go back and try doing it again. Just own your mistake and make it look like, oh yeah, I was supposed to do that.
So you fake it till you make it.
Pretty much.
It's funny. They told us the same thing in choir, that if you miss a note or you forget a line, mouth something. People might not realize that you're mouthing the wrong thing, but if you stand there and you look dumbfounded and your mouth isn't moving, they know that you've lost your lines at that point in time.
Yeah.
So they kind of told us the same thing. Kind of just look like you're going through the motions. And, for me, it worked, but I wasn't one of those frontline performers where all that pressure was on me either.
Yeah.
So what's the next thing we want to talk about?
So the next thing we want to talk about is why we feel disappointment. And this comes from a website called parents.au.reachout.com. A lot of dots in that name.
A lot of dots.
So, we can feel disappointed or even distressed when actual events don't line up with what we expected. We may be disappointed in other people, in a situation, or in ourselves. Disappointment is complex because it's made up of frustration, anger, sadness, and sometimes disgust. And just like other emotions, disappointment is normal, inevitable, and important to experience. It helps to build resilience and overcome this feeling, and overcoming this feeling teaches you the process and help.
And helps you.
I don't think this is written right.
And help it teaches you to overcoming teaches you to process. Right, that looks like it's a typo. Anyway, work with me here, will you?
I'm sorry.
We read through this too. It helps you to process the feelings and work through the emotions of those feelings. So let me ask you, based on what we talked about there, have you ever been disappointed in someone else?
In certain instances, especially if I thought, they wouldn't do something like that, I feel like that would mainly be one of the reasons why I would be disappointed in someone. Like, say, one of my friends did something mean that really is something that they wouldn't really do. I'd kind of feel disappointed in them, like, why'd you do that? You don't act like this. Why are you acting like this?
Right.
So, I have felt disappointment from other people.
Do they know that you're disappointed? Have you revealed that to them?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes, I'm just like, hey, maybe you shouldn't have done that. I don't, specifically say, I'm disappointed in you. Like,
right.
How people...
Well, I ask because sometimes people don't realize that others have expectations on them. So when they disappoint those expectations, the people that are doing the disappointing might not necessarily know they're disappointing you because they don't know that you have those expectations. You don't expect, Susie to go over and take someone's toy. That's human nature that you would expect people to behave properly like that. Mm-hmm. But sometimes we set expectations that are unvocalized expectations. And then if we don't talk about the disappointment in those, there's no lesson to be learned and there's no path to corrective action at that point, right?
Yeah.
So, if you haven't vocalized the expectations and they know that you expect them to be like a decent human being, then when you're disappointed in them, it benefits them to know that you felt that level of disappointment.
Yeah.
So, are you disappointed in anything right now? That dog barking is really disappointing me while we're trying to do a podcast. That's kind of annoying.
This is the second time in 2 weeks.
I need to get a dog whistle or something and just go out there and drive him crazy beforehand. So anyway, we're going to take a quick break. Hopefully the dog will stop barking. And we're going to come back and talk about how to identify disappointment in teens. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about disappointment. And now that we've discussed what disappointment is and why we feel disappointment, now we're going to talk about how to identify disappointment in teens. So some of the signs to look for in your teen for disappointment include that they've indicated that they feel let down, they've become withdrawn or pessimistic, they're upset that things aren't perfect, or probably one of the worst signs to the point where you definitely need to intervene, they're using drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, that's pretty bad when you get to that point. But let's take a second and actually talk about a couple of these. So, feeling let down, a lot of times, unless you're very observant or they're very let down, it's really hard to tell when they're feeling let down unless you're having regular discussions with them.
Yeah.
So having that open line of communication is always helpful, having them feel comfortable coming to talk to you. When you feel let down, do you vocalize it very well, or is that something you internalize?
Sometimes I internalize it, sometimes I do try letting other people know. Typically, if I'm around people I know will help me, if I do feel disappointed, I'll let it out. If I'm around people who I don't really feel know me that well, I probably would just kind of internalize it.
Right. So feeling withdrawn or becoming withdrawn and pessimistic, those are pretty much more visual, where you can pick up on it if you stop talking or you spend more time in your room. Are these things that symptoms that you've exhibited when you've been disappointed?
A lot of times when I am disappointed, I do become pretty pessimistic, and I'm kind of negative whenever I am disappointed. So I would probably say that I would probably exemplify the pessimistic side.
So the next one is one that obviously, we've talked about on the show before, and that's when you get upset that things aren't perfect. And specifically, I'm referring obviously to your academics, where your academic grades are oftentimes about as perfect as I, as a parent, have a right to expect. But you may get an A, but it's a 95. Yeah. And that's something that you feel disappointed in because of the expectations that you put on yourself.
Yeah.
So, and clearly you're very outwardly facing when you're upset about stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's something that mommy and daddy have picked up on numerous times in the past. And usually when we see that, we try to intervene. We try to find out what's bothering you. And we do try to focus on the positives. Do you find that to be at all helpful? Does it help you to deal with that level of disappointment?
It does. And unfortunately, my expectations for myself are they're slowly going down, but they're still to the point where they're a lot higher than yours.
Right. And we don't want you to lower your expectations. We just want you to have realistic expectations.
Yeah.
So using drugs and alcohol, obviously, thankfully, this isn't a problem for us at this point in time.
Yep.
But it's definitely something that's worth keeping an eye on, because a lot of times when teens turn to substance abuse to deal with these things, they're doing it in secret. They're not doing drugs in front of their parents. They're not getting drunk in front of their parents. They're doing it out of eye shot of their parents. So for parents who notice a decrease in the amount of time that their teen is spending with them, that's something where you probably want to be a little bit more diligent to keep an eye on.
Unless, they're in marching band and they spend 12-hour days.
Right. And we know where you're at there, and we know that you're safe and you're with friends and yeah, proper adult supervision. So yeah. What's the next thing we have?
Now we have some things to look for. So the first thing is change in sleeping patterns. Are they getting 8 hours of sleep daily? But I mean,
who gets actually 8 hours of sleep?
I think it would be better to phrase it as, are they getting enough sleep?
That's probably fair.
I don't really know too many people that sleep for 8 hours. So.
Unless you're a cat.
You sleep for 18
18 hours.
Yeah. Next up is to look for a change in behavior. Are they more easily irritable or exhibit a lack of energy? That was a question. Also, a change in activity patterns. Are they engaging less with family members or staying alone in their room more? As there's also a change in eating patterns. Are they eating more or less than before? Also, changes in overall health. Do they complain of headaches, stomach aches, or muscle pain? And finally, we have changes in mood. Do you see mood swings that are out of the ordinary? Crying, laughing, or gloomy?
And it's funny because a lot of these symptoms are the same type of symptoms that you look for in teens that may be engaged in substance abuse as well. Because they're withdrawing, so you're not going to see as much of them. The substance abuse affects their mood. It affects their energy levels. They do have mood swings. They have physical symptoms that manifest. So these things here are very important to keep an eye on because it might be more than just disappointment because these things can signal a lot of other things.
Mm-hmm.
So as parents, we may not always recognize what could warrant disappointment. Other events beyond the current global crisis may cause disappointments, things like an injury that prevents playing sports, or maybe a family conflict causes them to miss a school dance. Maybe a sporting loss prevents them from getting into the playoffs, and that's a measure of disappointment for them. Maybe there's an unexpected breakup, and that gets the teens down. Maybe there's a friendship that's experiencing some growing pains because there's a lot of that happens in the teen years as well. Maybe a disconnect occurs from regular routines and schedules. Could be because you've joined a new club or something like that. So maybe you're missing certain things that you experienced before. Maybe there's a show you watched. Maybe there's a certain activity you did. Maybe there's a game that you played with your friends that you can't do now because you've joined some extracurricular activity. All these things can cause disappointment as well. We all feel disappointment at some time or another, but it can become a problem if it's not processed in a healthy way. So we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and we're going to give you some hints on how to help your teen get through disappointment.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we are talking about dealing with disappointment. And now we're going to talk about how to help your teen get through disappointment. So the first thing we have here is to help them to have realistic expectations of themselves. If your teen's expectations of themselves are too high or unrealistic, they will be unlikely to meet them. Talking to your teen about where their expectations come from can help them develop a healthier relationship with the standards they set for themselves. Maybe they're getting good grades, but they still feel disappointed in themselves. I somehow feel targeted here.
I can't imagine why.
Help them appreciate what they are achieving as opposed to what they aren't. Speaking about their strengths and having a positive approach will show them that no matter what, they should be proud of themselves.
And let's face it, this is a struggle that we have consistently with you. And it's a good struggle to have. The fact that you're achieving as much as you are, but you want to achieve more is a good thing. There's no way of referring to you as an underachiever or anything like that. But when you set goals that are too high that you can't meet because they're unrealistic, it's probably not healthy.
Yeah.
So clearly it's something we still need to work on, and we'll continue to work on it. The next thing they talk about is help them to process disappointment in others, which is what we talked about earlier. Sometimes teens feel disappointed in someone, such as a parent they were expecting to see or a friend who didn't finish a group assignment. While it can be helpful to empathize with them, it's important not to encourage negative emotions. Try to avoid making excuses or promises to soften the blow. Try to avoid bad-mouthing or criticizing the person who let them down, which can increase their negative feelings toward the person. Explain in detail why the situation happened, such as, their parent missed their sports game because they couldn't get time off of work. Focus on your teen and their feelings rather than the other person. For example, instead of saying this person decided not to show up and cares more about themselves than you, try something along the lines of, I'm sure that must be disappointing for you to hear that. A lot of times it's about dealing with the realities of it. We've talked in past podcasts that sometimes when you start to interject your feelings into dealing with these types of things, we wind up dealing with a fiction that we create ourselves. Mm-hmm. And if you're trying to help someone get through the disappointment, you want to focus on the facts. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes, someone gets caught up in traffic. You can't get out of work in time. Could be any number of things that cause that level of disappointment. So in dealing with disappointment and how Mommy and I help you, do you find that we do focus on the positives? Do you find that our attempts to help you get through disappointment are effective at all?
Yeah, you definitely have helped me through whenever I do feel disappointment. Whenever I come home upset about my grades, you always say, well, let's see what the question was and how we can improve for later. You still help me focus on the positives, saying that I did get a really good grade and that I did good on the rest of the test, and it was just the one question that I messed up. That for next time I'll make sure to fix it.
Yeah, and one of the things that we try to do on our side here when we talk about things like this is not just focus on the positives and the truths of it, but it's about what can we take away from it? What can you learn? What's the lesson to be learned here? So let's take something that may be perceived as a negative and turn it around and turn it into a positive. Mm-hmm. We've learned not to do this, or we've learned to let that person know that we have expectations so they might not disappoint us in the future. So it's an opportunity to improve, and any chance we have to improve is a positive thing.
Yep.
What's next on our list?
Next up, we have encourage positive activities. If you find your teen is dwelling on their disappointment, maybe they're watching a lot of TV alone, or zoning out in other unhealthy ways, create opportunities for them to deal with their feelings. Research shows that an effective way to do this is to involve them in activities they enjoy.
For the record, we didn't read through this section. You thought we didn't have to. So
I didn't. I thought it was like research shows that.
Survey says.
Okay.
Let's focus.
You can encourage joining social activities that help your teen feel connected to friends and family. You can probably intertwine them.
Right.
Taking part in sports, music, crafts, or games that help your teen feel confident and in control. Keeping up regular commitments and routines, such as an agreement to mow the neighbor's lawn every fortnight.
Who says fortnight? Unless you're playing the game.
Yeah. Or making pancakes for the family every Sunday. That would be more realistic.
Well, in our case, it would be French toast.
I mean, yeah. Learning how to process disappointment is a life skill. While talking to your teen about these things is important, it's also useful to show them how to work through your emotions. How you work through your emotions.
Either one would have worked.
How you work through your emotions. I'm so sorry. Maybe we should have read through this. I'm so sorry. That process will include avoiding blaming other people, including yourself, for your teen's feelings.
Okay, so the $1,000,000 question here: how do you deal with your disappointment? What is your number one way of dealing with disappointment?
A lot of it is, trying to do things and distract myself from it. Doing some positive things and hopefully not just completely sitting on my bed and just doing nothing.
When that happens, though, do you recognize that that's what you're doing to try to escape that disappointment or push it aside?
Yeah, I do sometimes recognize it, and sometimes I'm like, okay, I need human interaction.
Okay.
So there are definitely certain instances.
That's usually when you show up over my shoulder like some disembodied spirit and scare me to death, right?
Kind of, yeah.
So you have methods of dealing with it.
Yep.
And is this a topic you've ever talked to your friends about?
I know that my friends have been disappointed in themselves in certain points, and I do kind of try to mentor them like you mentor me in a way. Like, especially if they got a grade they didn't like, I'm like, all right, well, let's see what you didn't do right, and we'll make sure you improve for later.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Well, that's good. Kind of a life coach type thing to keep them focused. That's good.
Yeah.
Have you ever been disappointed in mommy or daddy? You can be honest. I'm not going to get angry.
I guess with some of the jokes you tell, I can kind of be like, I don't know. I don't know if that's like disappointment or not. It's just like, yeah, that was not a good joke.
Well, and I freely admit that 9 out of 10 jokes probably aren't good jokes, but they're dad jokes, so they're appropriate.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't really know if I've really been disappointed in you guys. Like, I mean, sometimes I'd feel disappointed whenever, like, you say, like, how bad cursing is and telling me not to do it, where later on you're just, like, cursing out about stuff that happened at work and such, and I'm like...
That's a good point. That's a fair point.
And, like, in my head, I'm kind of thinking, hypocrite.
Yes,
a little.
I could totally see that, and I'll give you that one.
But that's kind of it.
The reason I ask is, there was a lot of times growing up as a teenager that I was disappointed in my parents. Not so much my mom, but my dad.
Yeah, I can see that.
We've talked about my dad on this podcast here, but there was a lot of things that he was disappointing in me for. But there were times that I kind of was disappointed in my mom. Ironically, it was mainly because of what I later came to appreciate were some of her positive qualities, and that was her tolerance for my dad. Like, my dad used to yell at her, like scream at her and treat her terrible, and she would sit there and take it. And I was disappointed that she didn't fight back, because my first instinct when anytime I see a bully doing something like that, it's to fight back and to stop it. But my mother was far wiser than that. And she knew that for the sake of keeping the peace of the house, she was kind of taking one for the team. And it wasn't until years later that I really fully appreciated that and what she did for the family. Because had she fought back, they probably would have gotten a divorce, and my mother didn't work, so it would have been a lot harder on the family than it was. So the disappointment that I had turned into grudging respect later on, which I thought was kind of a interesting turn of events.
Yeah.
So there will be times throughout your teen's life when their expectations won't be met, and they'll feel negativity about themselves and other people. With the right support, this is an opportunity for growth. Help them find ways to manage their feelings and to build their resilience, because if nothing else, disappointment does build resilience.
Mm-hmm.
The old saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Or the song.
Well, nowadays it's what doesn't kill you mutates and tries to kill you again, but which is a sad testament of what life is like today. But really, I mean, disappointment makes us stronger. It teaches us how to deal with those emotions. It teaches us how to deal with the other emotional baggage that comes along with all that. And any chance that we have to try to take a negative and flip it around into a positive, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
So it's a growth opportunity for us. But, it's one of those things where you don't want to see your kids hurt. You don't want to see them disappointed, but you can't avoid it.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, at least better equip them to deal with it when it does happen, because it will happen.
Yeah.
So that was all we had today. A short podcast today. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts. Go ahead with your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that disappointment, like pretty much every emotion, is inevitable and is something that, well, can't be avoided, but should be something that isn't also feared. It's something that can help us improve, make us better people, or even, just make us stronger in general. And I definitely think that you should recognize when your teens are disappointed in themselves, because if not handled right, disappointment can be extremely negative. But turning it into something positive and something that can help them later on is probably the best way to go.
Okay, wise words as always. Programming note before I plug the show. We are in the process of switching our video hosting provider. So I don't know if it's common knowledge or not, but our audio podcasts are carried by one company called Buzzsprout, who they're doing a fantastic job. I want to give them a shout out. Their rates are reasonable. Their service is fantastic, and I love them to death. Our video feed was being carried, currently still is technically being carried by Castos, and they were okay. I was satisfied with their service right up until they gave me a notification that they're doubling our monthly cost, which, being a nonprofit or a no profit or a really deep in the red podcast as far as expense goes, I can't afford to pay that double that cost. So I was forced to find another hosting provider. We're in the process of transitioning over. I started moving some of the archives over. Right now they do throttle how many I can move over, so it's probably going to take several weeks to get everything moved over. So you may see a bit of a hiccup if you subscribe to the video version of the podcast that's listed as Insights into Things. We didn't go away. We're not going away. We're just switching hosting providers, and we'll be back up and running. Everything will be running fine in a few weeks. So don't panic. But in the meantime, we do encourage you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. The video version is listed as Insights into Things, and will eventually be Insights into Things again somewhere else. But we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to give us your feedback. We're looking for show suggestions for topics, but we'd love to hear from you. Do any of the topics that we talk about, do they hit home with you? Have you found them helpful at all? We'd love to get some feedback from you that we can include on the show. You can email anything over to comments at insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter. You can direct message us or tweet us at insights_things. You can also find high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. And we stream both on YouTube and Twitch. On Twitch, we're at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We stream 5 days a week, both our live shows, and we do rebroadcasts of all of our shows. If you are an Amazon Prime member, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate that. That does help us out to pay some of the bills. Also, audio versions of the podcast are available to listen to on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, as well as Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those on our website at insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Outstanding. And I think that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 120. Happy birthday and beyond. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my loving and supportive co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hello, my love.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
I am just wonderful. How are you?
I am frustrated, angry, irate, and a few other adjectives that I can't say on this podcast. But that's not what we're talking about today.
No, it's not?
No.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of things that are setting me off today. So I'm trying to calm down and be the happier
version of yourself that everybody loves.
Exactly. Everybody loves me. Everybody. That's that ogre everybody loves.
Mm-hmm.
So today, in our Disney Detective, a happy birthday wish to my favorite celebrity.
You're such a kiss up.
And news of a film she's appearing in. And details are released of the new Lightyear movie. Now, just for the record, I didn't even realize it was her birthday until I saw it on Twitter today.
Right.
So, and then I happened to read over the show notes and saw that she was going to be in the movie that we're going to be talking about.
Right.
So I had to wish her a happy birthday on the show. So we'll do that when we get to that part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, someone besides me has cheeky responses to Disney's obscene prices for the Galactic Star Cruiser experience. Go figure. Plus, Disney is looking for an actress to play the live-action version of Sabine Wren. Very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And for our entertainment news, a favorite canceled NBC series is close to returning, and then Wizard World sells out to Fan Expo. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. Another one that I stole from you, conveniently enough.
I'm so glad I'm there for you.
It just goes to show you how culturally enriched you are that you're supplying
See?
so many good sources for me.
I'm so glad.
And then we obviously have some afterthoughts we're still talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the show. Are we ready to get started?
Sure.
All right. Before we get into it, though, I do want to, implore, beg, plead.
Please
How
love
desperate
us.
do I want to sound today?
Please subscribe.
Subscribe to our
Comment something. Let us know you're
podcast.
listening.
You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights in Entertainment. Video versions, we're kind of going through a transition right now. And
Right.
kind of a programming note. We currently host our video versions of the podcast on Castos. And I got notification from Castos that they decided that they were going to double our monthly cost to host with them for no really good reason. So I'm in the process of, we already have a new hosting provider. We're going to be moving our stuff over to there. I don't know what effect it's going to have on the video podcast during this transition. I'm hoping to be as smooth as possible, but nothing's ever smooth for me when I do these things. So it's going to be a complete disaster.
Right.
If you really want to watch the video version of the podcast, they are still posted up on YouTube to watch as well. And we do stream reruns of the shows all week long. So anyway, if you do want to look up the video version of the podcast and subscribe to it, that one's listed as Insights into Things, and it's going to affect all of our shows. Beyond that, we do ask you to give us some feedback. Tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. Give us some suggestions on expos and conventions and stuff like that we can talk about, because we're talking about
absolutely.
all regional stuff close to us.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to talk about stuff around the country, around the world.
Mm-hmm.
So you can email that over to comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our site at insightsintothings.com. Okay, that's half the show right there.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks for joining us tonight.
Have a good week, everyone.
Okay, are you ready to actually get to the show now?
I guess.
Okay.
Sure.
We're like 15 minutes into the show, and we haven't talked about anything entertainment yet.
We are entertaining
We are.
enough.
We are.
That's all people need.
We're here all week, folks. Try the veal.
Right.
All right, let's get into it.
Sure.
Go for Disney Detective.
So Disney's Enchanted sequel, Disenchanted, finally wrapped filming in Ireland, and it's going to be coming to Disney Plus in 2022. So the movie is officially on its way. On Wednesday, the director and producer, Adam Shankman, who also did Hairspray, had announced that the sequel to the beloved 2007 movie Enchanted concluded production in Ireland, and it's on the way. He had posted, "Myself and Giselle, Amy Adams would like to say that's a wrap. Disenchanted is coming to you in 2022. He wrote on Instagram alongside a photo of himself and Amy Adams, who stars in the movies as Princess Giselle. So the highly anticipated sequel has actually been in development since early 2010, according to the film's IMDb page, and Shankman was confirmed to return as the director in 2016. So the original film had Amy Adams' character who was about to marry a prince, and she was sent away from her animated kingdom of
Andalusia.
And was basically transported into New York City. Excuse me. There, she meets and falls in love with a lawyer and befriends his young daughter. So the story is said to take place 15 years after Enchanted, as Giselle questions her happily ever after and accidentally triggers events that turns everybody's world upside down, both in the real world and in the animated world. So along with Amy Adams, Patrick Dempsey, James Marsden, Idina Menzel, and Susan Sarandon will all be reprising their roles in the forthcoming film. Obviously, there's some added people that have been added to the cast. One happens to be your celebrity crush, bestie, Twitter friend, Yvette Nicole Brown.
That's right, baby.
So she happens to be in this, and as we had mentioned, today is her...
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow is her birthday.
So I didn't miss it.
So you didn't miss it. You posted, a pre-happy birthday message. You even said we'd be talking about it on the podcast. And she liked the comment.
She liked it, yep.
So who knows? Maybe she'll actually comment on this. But anyway, so she's going to be... in the movie as well. So in May, it was announced that Maya Rudolph was also going to be joining the cast as a villain in the upcoming musical. So it is set to premiere exclusively on Disney Plus in 2022.
So in development since 2010. When did the original one come out? I didn't think it was-
2007.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Because I remember we went to see it.
We went to see it. Yeah, it was one of our dates.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Wow.
was, yeah.
So it's been in development for
10 years.
11 years now.
years.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder what held it up. Was it plot? Because obviously they got all the key characters back.
Right. They were able to get all the characters. I wonder if it was just a matter of, the right script. Well, you figure it was in development 3 years after the original.
Which makes sense. you know?
So, and then it was probably what do we want to do with it? And then, the other thing too is, can you get everybody
Right.
back?
Right.
Because basically everybody that was in the movie has gone on to do many other things.
Right.
So it could have been a timing
Well, I would have to
issue,
think it's a
too.
lot easier to get them back in 3 years than it is in 11 years.
Yeah. So, but then again, that also kind of helps to age it out,
That's
too.
true. Because it
if
is
you're-
supposed to be set 15 years in the future.
Right,
too.
exactly. Whereas if you, did
Saves
it...
on the visual effects and post.
Exactly. This way you don't have to age them. You can age them naturally.
Right.
So I know it was a favorite of mine.
It was. It was a really cute movie, and the way that they handed it back and forth was really well done.
Right. Because it had that, you had the fairy tale world that was all animated, and then you had the real world, and
What's always
not
fun,
everything.
What was really fun about it was to see how they translated the cute fairy animals from the animated
Yes.
world to New York.
Right, exactly. And that was the funny, part of it, how some
Yeah.
of the characters, were CGI'd to bring them in. Some transformed well when they came over to the human world, where,
Right.
some of them didn't. So
And I have to say, I appreciate Patrick Dempsey's sense of humor here with his singing ability.
right, because he actually had in the article said, "I will be singing for the first time. I've never sung publicly for a reason, so bear with me. I hope the fans embrace it. They've set me up for success, and the lyrics are fun."
Yeah, that's the self-deprecating humor there. is appreciated.
Absolutely.
So-
So
Should be a cute movie
Mm-hmm.
if they follow and it's going to be a great movie because Yvette's going to be in it.
of course,
So we
has to be.
got to get out to see it.
Of course, we don't have to get out. It's
Well, we got to
Disney
get
Plus.
got to get out of the studio to see it.
Right, we have to go downstairs to the living room
Right.
and watch it
Right.
next year.
So another movie that we have news about. Let's talk about that one.
Right. So we had heard news of the Lightyear movie, but now some more information has come out about it. So every year since Pixar's inception, Buzz Lightyear has obviously remained a key player in the company's ever-sustaining longevity. He's probably arguably the most recognizable character Pixar has done with all of the Toy Story tales or the Toy Stories, with him being, the Space Ranger kind of at the forefront of everything. So now it seems that it's time for the cadet to go to infinity and, of course, beyond. So the famous spaceman will finally have a Pixar movie of his own with Lightyear, the 26th feature film from the multi-award-winning animation house. With Chris Evans lending his voice to the galaxy-hoppy journeyman, the Buzz Lightyear we won't be the same Buzz that we've all kind of grown up with over the decades, particularly as this variation of the character will follow the origins of the astronaut character who inspired the toy, not Andy's plastic friends. So we're still kind of learning some information about this June 2022 release. So here are some of the key things that we've found out. So the release date is supposed to be June 17th of 2022. So kind of less than a year from now. And while this past year and a half, Disney has been dropping, all of the new Pixar movies to Disney Plus, as of right now, there is supposed to be a theatrical rollout for this movie. So as of right now, it will not be going to Disney Plus. It will be in the theaters. But again, who knows where we'll be, in less than a year. Chris Evans will voice Buzz Lightyear. So for a lot of people, it's kind of hard to imagine Tim Allen not being the voice of Buzz Lightyear. But there have been lots of different actors actually throughout the years who have done the voice of Buzz Lightyear because they had the different cartoon versions of it. But obviously Tim Allen always did the animated films for it. So this will be a little bit of a change. When it was announced, it was revealed that Chris Evans, not Tim Allen, would lend the voice because it's a totally different kind of character. So what we're going to see is we're going to see the evolution of the astronaut and how he ends up becoming this toy figure. So I'm sure, I could kind of see the end of the movie happening with, the first prototype of it. And you get to hear the iconic, sayings from Tim Allen. So again, it's not going to be a movie based on the toy. It's going to be the person behind the toy. So kind of a different direction than a lot of people were first talking about. And that was, I think, one of the things, too, when they had announced that there was going to be this movie. Everyone's like, you're making a movie about a toy? And then they kind of came out with some more information after that, saying, no, it's going to be the inspiration behind it, whereas we saw from some of the other Toy Story movies, that Woody was a toy. He, was generated, he came to be from the show. The TV show, and that was his origin. So now we're going to get to see, that Buzz Lightyear had a very different, coming to it. So
let me get this straight. So Buzz Lightyear is Captain America. Is that like season 2 of What If?
That would be kind of funny.
And like, how many more iconic characters is Chris Evans going to play? He was Human Torch. He was Captain America. He's Buzz Lightyear.
Now he's going to be Buzz Lightyear.
Who's he going to be next? Superman?
Well, no, he has to probably go to Star Wars now.
He could be the new Han Solo.
He could be
because he looks more like Han Solo than the Han Solo that was played in the movie Solo. Anyway, sorry, I couldn't resist there.
Oh, that was funny.
I heard he wants to be a pilot too. So anyway,
so June 17th, 2022. Mark it on your calendar now.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. As soon as I find the right button. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So, after Disney revealed the very pricey cost for the new Star Wars hotel, it seems that Universal Orlando has an amusing, cheeky response. Besides, everything that we were talking about last week.
Good for them.
So, since the advent of social media, brands have found increasingly unique ways to reach out to their customers online. Some interact directly with fans, some harness the power of memes, and some engage in some good-natured trolling of their competitors. And that's exactly what Universal Studios did after Disney revealed the very pricey cost of the new Star Wars hotel. And the company even managed to incorporate a throwback to another golden social media comment. So, the rollout for Disney's Galactic Star Cruiser experience hasn't been as smooth as the company probably would have liked. After it was revealed the pricey packages of the new Star Wars themed accommodation, the response from fans online hasn't actually been very enthusiastic. There was one comment,
Myself included.
Yourself included, there was one that actually said, "Do you really think the family that can afford this is really going to disconnect from work for 2 days? Because daddy's going to be taking some business call while he's in negotiations, with the Trade Federation or something." So I thought that was kind of funny. So after it was revealed about the price packages, obviously, like we said, fans online weren't very enthusiastic. And the team at Disney probably didn't anticipate that one of the biggest rivals would kind of jump in at the chance to get in a dig. And that's exactly what Universal Studios Orlando Resort's official Twitter account did. They said, "Think how many churros you could buy with that kind of money." So it's safe to say that Universal Studios' social media team has mastered the art of subtweet. While the tweet didn't directly reference the griping that was happening on Twitter regarding the Galactic Star Cruiser, the timing and the fact that it came from the resort's account made it clear what the company was referring to. So if you haven't been following Universal Studios tweets recently, the reference to the churros might be a little bit confusing. So what it was actually referencing was a year-old inside joke among fans of the park that started when the construction of Islands of Adventure's Velocicoaster began. So after trolling fans about what was happening in the construction zone, one came to the conclusion that the park was building a churro stand. So the social media team embraced the churro joke and fans ate it up. And the whole affair had a particularly delicious payoff when the coaster actually opened with a nearby churro stand next door. So that's kind of their ongoing joke, obviously. So unfortunately, Disney's social media admins have had a harder time turning the Galactic Star Cruiser situation into a feel-good moment. However, the company is still in the early stages of rolling out the experience. Only there's plenty of time to evolve and help fans get on board. The hotel itself is extravagantly priced, but it still may become an essential part of the Disney experience for Star Wars fans who feel like shelling out $6,000 for 2 nights. When details about the accommodation began to emerge, it became clear that it's not like a normal hotel and that guests who stay there will have a chance to live out their very own Star Wars story. In that way, it's designed to be like an attraction all on its own and not just a place where fans can crash for the night after a long day at the park. Obviously, we also know that food and lodging are included with the package so that it might be worth it for diehard fans, but there's obviously no churros on the menu. But as we've talked about, it's still pricey for even the most diehard fan. You know, I think there was another thing that said that they want Ewan McGregor there to teach them the ways of the Force if I'm paying that much.
And I have a theory here. I think Disney's going to cave to the pressure here and come up with a solution. And when you look at the solutions they've come up in the past, like for instance, long lines.
Mm-hmm.
So when Disney runs into problems with long lines, they traditionally attack it by making the lines an attraction.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't shorten the lines. So I don't see Disney cheapening these prices at all. What I see Disney doing is offering financing for this now. So now you'll be able to finance your
stay.
galactic boondoggle excursion.
So you don't have to pay it all off in
so
one time.
not only are you going to pay $6,000, you're probably going to be paying 5.5% interest to Disney if you do that too. So that's literally what I see them doing here, is giving you a finance option.
I could see that, I guess.
But kudos to Universal for getting into the spirit of things and really having their finger on the pulse of what
absolutely
what the fans are looking at.
I can honestly say, and it's funny because everybody knows we're huge Disney fans. Everybody knows you're one of the ultimate Star Wars fans. And whenever anything Disney pops up or Haunted Mansion pops up or Star Wars pops up, usually I have somebody tagging me on something or posting like, hey, did you see this? When are you guys going? Da, 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 da. Not one person has said anything about, so did you book your tickets for Galactic Star Cruiser yet?
Yep.
Not a one has said anything.
That just means they all watch the podcast.
Right. Not one person that I follow, and I follow, probably almost half, a fourth of the people that I follow are all Disney friends on Facebook and Instagram. Not one person that I follow has mentioned anything like, hey, I'm saving my pennies now. I can't wait to be one of the first.
Well, and to be honest with you, we're not the people that Disney put this up for.
Absolutely.
They put this up for the one percenters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're charging for.
Right.
And that's who they're going to get.
And that was actually the one article that I saw, I guess it was maybe a couple of days ago, was one of the Disney fan sites where basically they said, we're going to show you the equivalent. And it was, taking into account the Grand Floridian, a 2-night stay at the most expensive room. Yeah. And okay, so food's included. So let's make a reservation at this exclusive restaurant. And okay, one park ticket. And they did screenshots from Disney.com, DisneyWorld.com, just to compare. And it still didn't even come up to close to being, how much they were doing for this. So.
Yeah. Anyway, on to bigger and better news in Star Wars.
So it seems the Ahsoka series has been one of the biggest sources of speculation since it was announced last December. So the character made her live action debut in late November of 2020, who was played by Rosario Dawson in the 5th episode of The Mandalorian's 2nd season. So many fans assumed that this would be the place where more characters from Star Wars Rebels would start to make the jump to live action. And rumors from these past 6 months have run in that direction too. So now it seems The Hollywood Reporter is stating that Lucasfilms is looking for an actress to play Sabine Wren, the Mandalorian from the animated show. So indeed, hidden in the article by The Hollywood Reporter about the newly released What If series from Marvel Studios, writer Aaron Couch had said that Lucasfilms is saying that a Lucasfilm source, is saying that this is the case. In particular, he had said now Dawson is leading a live-action Ahsoka spin-off for Disney Plus, with sources saying that Lucasfilms is looking for an actress to star opposite her as Mandalorian warrior Sabine Wren. So this means that now we can take a look, take it to the bank, where she is definitely going to be jumping from the animated series into the live action one. So obviously the article, didn't really go into it, but pretty much know that's what they're talking about. So now they were mentioning that the one actress who played her in the original show, she was actually a live action actress, but she did the voice. So is it something where maybe they would bring her in, or would they bring somebody else? Obviously you have somebody with Bo-Katan, Katie Sackhoff, who did the voice in the animated version, and they were able to bring her on. So do you kind of do that, or do you bring somebody else? Obviously, we're not really sure yet, because it's just sort of new. I guess, they haven't started doing anything yet. But obviously the next chapter from the Mandalorian pocket of the universe will come to us this December in the form of the Book of Boba Fett, which is basically being kind of called season 2.5 of The Mandalorian. So obviously more news will probably be coming out as this develops, and we'll probably be talking about it, I'm sure.
And I really don't have anybody that I would say would be a good fit for it. The actress who played the voice of Sabine Wren, Tia Sircar, she is a striking resemblance of the character. So it would, if she's available, it would make a lot of sense to have her come in and fill that role.
Right.
But it would also be interesting to see how that's going to tie into The Mandalorian, because she plays a very pivotal part in the history of where we leave off with Mandalore, the planet Mandalore, and the government there, and her mother and stuff like that. So there's a lot of story that can go in that direction by bringing that character in. So very, very exciting, very interesting. It's definitely good to see them bring these animated characters into the real world for us to really latch on to. So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So this was news that kind of made me happy, because I obviously was a huge fan of Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist, and just a few months ago they had canceled it after its second season. So now it seems that it might get one more chapter after all, thanks to an unexpected venue. So Lionsgate Television, the lead studio behind the unique series, is reportedly close to a deal with Roku to develop a holiday movie for its own streaming channel. So NBC had canceled the show after 2 seasons in June and attempted to move the show to NBC Universal's Peacock network, and that was unsuccessful. So the Roku movie would bring back the entire cast, including Jane Levy, who played Zoe Clark. The deal is still being finalized, but if the movie is successful, Roku might consider ordering another season of the series, sources told this outlet. Lionsgate's efforts to keep the show alive were extensive, but nothing came as close to fruition as this unique Roku plan. While Lionsgate's search was on, the cast's contract options expired at the end of June. This was thought to be the final nail in the coffin for the show, but however, after Lionsgate started talks with Roku, the studio reached out to the main cast and is now close to finalizing deals with them for a holiday-themed movie. While Roku is best known for its streaming hardware, the company has started making strides to beef up content on its own Roku streaming channel, because, everybody has their own streaming channel now. So the biggest content acquisition so far has actually been the Quibi library.
There's a winner.
Yeah. Bringing all of the content created by the failed mobile short-form streaming experiment to the Roku channel. So the company recently reported that it's had 55.1 million active accounts, jumping from 1.5 from the first quarter of 2021. So Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist basically centered around Zoe Clark, who was a San Francisco-based software engineer who can understand people's feelings through their heart songs that only she can hear. The rest of the cast had Skylar Aston, Alex Newell, John Clarence Stewart, Mary Steenburgen, who who rounded out the cast. So the show's second season ended with a surprising cliffhanger, which made its cancellation in June even more heartbreaking. So though the show never earned huge ratings, it did build a dedicated fan base. The choreographer of the show actually won an Emmy for outstanding choreography for a scripted program. She also got 2 other nominations for season 2. It was also nominated for Outstanding Original Music and Lyrics. And Bernadette Peters earned an Outstanding Guest Actress in a Comedy Series nomination. So both of the seasons are available to stream on Peacock. And if this comes to light, it'll kind of be a nice way to kind of send off the series. You kind of get some sort of finality to it, which I always like when they're able to kind of do that. So
should I watch this so we can guarantee that it never comes back again after this?
I know it's not coming back. So.
Well, you never know. If they said that
that's true. If they get enough people on
who are interested, then they could bring back another season of it.
Maybe
unless I watch it, of course.
Right. So don't wait till the holiday season, and then we'll say.
Fair enough.
But thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's talk Wizard World.
Yeah, so this was news. I think it came out today, I believe. So Wizard World just sold its conventions to Fan Expo. So fans generally think about pop culture conventions as being tied to a specific city, like San Diego, Chicago, New York, etc. But those conventions are usually run by larger companies. And now, after its latest acquisition, one company in particular has become the biggest of all. Fan Expo, which already runs almost a dozen events across North America, has just acquired the rights to 6 Wizard World conventions: Chicago, Philadelphia, New Orleans, Portland, Cleveland, and St. Louis. So according to Newsarama, this makes it now the largest comic convention organization across the globe. So Fan Expo HQ is devoted to creating unmissable, exceptional fan experiences. We're beyond thrilled to be able to offer that to fans in 6 new locations, and pleased that Wizard World recognized our ability to elevate guest experiences to the next level. This was a statement that came out from the Fan Expo HQ president. They also said, "We're looking forward to getting to know each of these individual communities, learning what they are looking for, and raising the bar." So it's certainly a huge shift in the convention scene as the Wizard World brand, technically now Wizard Entertainment Incorporated, has been around for what feels like ages. It was originally established back in 1991 as Wizard Press and was the publisher of the famous Wizard magazine. It was basically the source to find out about comic books and other nerdy news before the internet took over, and later went to establish a fan base of conventions and more. But as The Beat points out, things weren't always smooth for the company. The changes are already live on the Fan Expo website for the undated 2022 conventions in those cities. One last Wizard World, taking place in Chicago in October, will still occur, and however, after that, Wizard World will no longer have any stake in the convention circuit. The company will continue to run a collectibles business and have space at the conventions. For fans, it's safe to assume this deal doesn't change much for them. Most comic conventions are pretty much the same. Lots of people, lots of booths, lots of Funko Pops. Only now the name on all the badges, on the banners is going to be different. And, the money that you pay is obviously going to another company now. So like so many other businesses, the entertainment convention industry as a whole obviously took a huge dent during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Even the biggest comic convention in the world, San Diego Comic-Con, which is run by a non-profit organization that also runs WonderCon, admitted the lack of live events during 2020 put a huge burden on the company's finances. You'd imagine that's the case with most companies who rely on live events, so maybe a sale like this isn't so much of a surprise. The surprise would be if it's the last one.
And you know what? If this is what keeps the conventions going, I'm all for it.
Right.
We've had mixed experiences going to
Wizards.
World.
Mm-hmm.
The early days that we were going, 10, 15 years ago, they were very different, run very differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We had a really rough period about 7, 8 years ago.
Right. And we actually stopped going.
And we stopped going because we wound up, we had such a good time the first couple of years we wound up going with the VIP package, and it was
the
just
1 year.
a terrible experience. It was a waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
It was poorly run.
Mm-hmm.
It was disorganized. So the consistency in which Wizard, because they would bring in different local groups to run events,
right?
Different management groups and stuff,
right? Like it wasn't the same group that went from city to city.
Exactly. So you had a very inconsistent experience year over year.
Right.
So maybe having this in the hands of a group that their sole purpose is that they run conventions might lend itself to that consistency and give us that experience that we're looking for.
And this might be why the venue changed, because we noticed when they finally announced the dates for Wizard Philadelphia, it was a totally different location.
Possible.
So I'm guessing,
But this transaction just happened, so I highly doubt it was contingent upon that.
I don't know, because things don't just happen.
Well, because Chicago's already scheduled and going on, and that's still a Wizard production.
Right, but that's the thing is that's the last,
I think the one thing that we're failing to take into consideration here is that this Wizard World event that they're having is not happening at the same time, and it was happening unscheduled off the regular schedule.
Right.
So it's entirely possible they either didn't want to deal with the restrictions that were going on at the convention center, because Philly's under different restrictions than the Greater Expo Center is, because Greater Expo is not under City of Philly regulations.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's the whole thing is the timing of, because again, a deal just doesn't happen.
Right,
it's
but you've seen that you can throw something together pretty quickly at the Greater Expo Center. That's exactly what Monster Mania did.
True.
So maybe if they decided restrictions are easing and we want to have something, well, Philadelphia Convention Center is not available. We can't book it on the budget we have right now. Let's book Greater Philadelphia. We know we can get in there, and then we'll do the best we can.
Yeah, who knows?
So, but we'll see. Hopefully under new management, it's going to be a return to what we enjoyed before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I just wanted to come back, period.
Right.
I want conventions to return.
Yeah.
So that was all we had for our entertainment news this week.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick actually is a CNN original series called The History of the Sitcom. So the history of the sitcom reunites audiences with the television friends, families, and co-workers they grew up with, while introducing cutting-edge comedies that are sure to be on your next binge-watching list. The 8-part docuseries features over 180 original interviews with sitcom icons including Norman Lear, Tina Fey, Tracy Morgan, Lisa Kudrow, Jason Alexander, Kelsey Grammer, Kim Fields, Tim Allen, Carl Reiner, Dick Van Dyke, George Lopez, Mel Brooks, and a whole lot more. They basically break down how sitcoms have helped generations of Americans navigate an ever-shifting landscape. And what's interesting is that they kind of break it up into different subcategories. So the one is Family Matter. So it talks about all the different family dynamics of how the sitcom, throughout the years has developed. Then they talk about sex in the sitcom and how, certain things you couldn't talk about in the 70s that now you can talk about and, kind of make fun of or laugh about it, and how it's easier to talk about. Then there was an episode, Just Friends, and all the different sitcoms that went around that. Then the Working for Laughs, so all the different ones that related around a workplace environment. Then the Freaks, Geeks, and Outsiders version. And finally, the last one was Escaping Reality. So each episode is I think they still have one more, so they've only shown 7 out of the 8 right now, but they are all available on the CNN app if you have that.
Okay, cool pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is another
You're
pilfering of yours. Technically, you hadn't watched it before me. It was one that you wanted to watch, and we watched it together last night. And it's called Shadow and Bone on Netflix. Shadow and Bone is a fantasy television series for Netflix that premiered on April 21st. It's based on a two series of books in the what they call the Grisha-verse, created by American author Leigh Bardugo. Her trilogy, the first of which is Shadow and Bone, and the duology that begins with Six of Crows. All 8 episodes of the first season premiered on April 21st, adapting Shadow and Bone and an original storyline featuring the Crows. In June 2021, the series was renewed for a second season, also consisting of 8 episodes, adapting Siege and Storm and another original storyline featuring the Crows. So, the Grisha are people who can practice what they call the, quote, small science. Ravka is one of few places they can live safely. They are trained for the Second Army and divided into 3 orders. The Ethereal Kai summon natural elements like wind or fire. The Material Kai summon or control materials such as metal and glass. And the Corporeal Kai manipulate people's bodies. Ravka's Second Army is led by General Kirigan, who has spent his life searching for a Grisha who can summon light, the only person who could destroy the Shadow Fold, a region of impenetrable darkness created hundreds of years ago. Since then, Ravka has been at war and is now on the brink of splitting in two as the West seeks independence. Alina Starkov turns out to be such a Grisha, and word spreads that a sun summoner has been found. In the trade city of Ketterdam, Kaz Brecker is hired to kidnap her. Fjordan witch hunters are sent to kill her, and the people of Ravka venerate her as a saint. Don't know which way to turn in that place. Alina must come to terms with who she is and decide who she can truly trust as she searches for the power that will allow her to destroy the Fold and save Ravka. So, the imagery and iconography initially strikes me as a mix of Carnival Row and Avatar: The Last Airbender. It has kind of a Victorian steampunk feel to it with a mix of mystical magic. So far, we're only one episode in, but I'm compelled to continue to watch it more. The storytelling at first is kind of disjointed and unorganized, hopping between time periods and individual backstories. But at the end of the first episode, they do bring all of that confusion together in a compelling, if still unclear, story. Not having read any of the books in the series, I come into the show completely unaware of the world at large. As a result, I struggle at some times with the dialogue, not knowing if they're talking about a person, a place, or an organization. The immediate feel from episode 1 is that the story is set in a very rich and diverse world. Think a Tolkien-type world where there's a huge history to it. The story is presented in such a way as to make me want to explore it more, so there's a good chance I might actually pick up the books and read about it. I was impressed with the first episode, and I'm in it for a few more at this point. I don't like to commit to full seasons because I hate getting disappointed in the middle of a season. I was pleased to see it was picked up for a second season, which might mean it's here to stay for a while at least, and I haven't canceled this show yet because I hadn't started watching it yet.
That's always a good thing when you go to Netflix and it says season 2 is coming, and you're like, oh, good, now I can at least be invested in this.
So Shadow and Bone on Netflix.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We'll be right back. So what else did we have? We have some afterthoughts that we're hammering home for people.
Sure. So this weekend in Cherry Hill is Monster Mania 46. If you're not in the Cherry Hill area or not interested in going to that one, then in September in Hunt Valley, Maryland is Monster Mania 47. And then October 22nd to the 24th is Monster Mania 48 in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Then, of course, we have the Carnival Collections free toy show, which will be September 11th. And that's a really little toy show. Again, maybe 10 tables. But the venue is one of those that's kind of interesting and very unique to walk around and look at as well. Part of the toy show from the organization that does that one, they do the Delaware Train Show and the Oktoberfest Toy Show, which is the, I guess probably the first weekend, maybe second weekend in October 9th and October 10th. And that's in Newcastle, Delaware at the Nur Shrine Center. So again, it's the Delaware Train Show on Saturday, and then the Oktoberfest Toy Show on Sunday. Then, of course, we have
RetroCon,
which is going to be in September, the end of September 25th and 26th at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center.
And why is it greater?
Because they said so.
Right.
And then if you just kind of, stay over the weekend or for the week, right after that is Brickfest, which is October 2nd and 3rd. Again, a cute Lego-based fest. So if you're into seeing some grand creations, from the smallest thing to big life-size things, this is definitely the convention for you.
Okay, that's it?
That's it, because you didn't move anything up yet.
Well, because we still
we got some time.
We talked about it, right? So the next one we're going to be moving up is Wizard World.
Wizard World. So Wizards, as we mentioned, isn't going to be called Wizards, I'm guessing.
I don't know. They're still publishing it as Wizards.
Are they still publishing it?
I went to check.
So that convention that's
change.
normally...
So I didn't want to move it up because I didn't know if they're changing
Right, we don't know what it's called, but Wizards, Fan Expo, Philly, whatever.
Something else at the Greater Philadelphia Expo.
Is going to be November 12th, 13th, and 14th at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center.
But we'll talk about that when we have more details.
Exactly.
We're still a ways out from that. That's it. Another one in the books.
Yeah.
We're going to plug the show at the end here?
I don't know. Are you? It's up to you.
I don't know. We kind of milked that. All right. You know what? Subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast, Lissa's Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of the podcast, you can subscribe to Insights into Things. We're on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio. Also, reach out to us, give us your feedback, give us some conventions in your neck of the woods that we can talk about. We'd love to plug them. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
On Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find the video versions of our podcasts at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And we do stream 5 days a week, we'll say, sometimes 6 when we do the monthly podcast, but we stream on twitch.tv/insightsintothings. I'm not going to beg for subscriptions.
And if you missed out on all of those links and you just want to go to our main site, find our little bios with our cute little animated pictures, you can go to insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 12, The Cryptocurrency Conundrum. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen, today.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing okay.
So today we're going to be talking about crypto. Do you own any crypto?
I did for a little bit. I had Dogecoin when that was like a joke.
Yeah, it still is, by the way.
Yeah, but it's kind of settled out because I was using, I mean, we'll talk about it, but I was using Robinhood to get it.
Yeah.
And I think my friends and I all started doing it as a joke. But yeah, I had a little bit of Doge for a while. Not anymore, though.
Okay. Doge actually is not that difficult to generate. It's not like your Bitcoin and stuff like that where it's finite and crypto complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how any of it works, though. That's the point of this show. You'll explain it to all of us in great detail.
Yes, I will, hopefully, in terms that we can all understand. But before we do that, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast itself so you get it first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock when they come out. You can subscribe to the audio version of the podcast by looking us up as Insights into Tomorrow. The video versions of the podcast and all of our network podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing on Twitter at insights_things. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Shoot us a note on Instagram at insightsintothings, or you can reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a look at what cryptocurrency is. We'll understand a little bit about what blockchain technology is. Then we're going to take a look at some of the real-time or real-world impacts that cryptocurrency is having on today's economy and whether it's worth investing in. And then finally, we'll wrap up by looking at how cryptocurrency is changing the world and what the future of crypto looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about a new phenomenon in crypto called NFTs. So hopefully by the time we get done here, we'll all have a good understanding of what crypto is.
And we'll be dumping money into the market to buy some.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
All right. So, what is crypto? So, this definition of crypto comes from NerdWallet. Figure that was kind of a safe place to go to. So, cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency that can be used to buy goods and services, but uses an online ledger with strong cryptography to secure online transactions. So when you, unlike a nationalized currency, there's no borders to crypto at this point. It exists entirely online, and it's basically tied up inside of a cryptographic algorithm. Much of the interest in these unregulated currencies is to trade for profit, with speculators at times driving prices skyward, as we've seen recently with Bitcoin. Many companies have issued their own currencies, often called tokens, and these can be traded specifically for goods or services that company provides. Everyone's familiar with microtransactions, and nowadays you can buy currency with a company that you then use to buy things inside that company. It's no different than when you used to go to the arcade, and the arcade machines didn't take quarters, they took tokens. So you put a dollar bill in a machine and got 4 tokens out instead of 4 coins. And that kind of kept that money tied up inside of that establishment. So cryptocurrencies also use technology called blockchain. So we'll talk about blockchain in a second. That's really the driving technology behind blockchain. But part of the appeal of cryptocurrency is the security of it. A lot of people feel the anonymity that cryptocurrency offers is a selling point because you can go out and make a transaction, a purchase online somewhere, and not have that traced back to you through a PayPal account or a credit card or something else. But what people don't realize is it's not as untraceable as they think it is, because there is a digital footprint. There's a digital trail that goes along with it that can be traced back to your wallet, because you have to have a digital wallet that you apply these coins to. So, with that in mind, questions, statements, inquiries?
No, I think that all makes sense. I mean, my familiarity with Bitcoin is mostly from the last season of Mr. Robot, actually, which ended a while ago. But in that show, the economy basically tanks, and this one company, eCorp, comes up with eCoin, which is basically takes the place of physical money. So everybody has their eCoin wallet on their phone. So I kind of got the concept a little bit from that. I mean, it's a fictionalized portrayal, but they did their research in terms of, using Bitcoin as a replacement for physical money.
Sure. And really, I mean, money is, currency itself is anything that has a value associated with it that you can trade for things. Whether it's paper money that we have, whether it's gold coins because the material that it's made from has a value associated with it, or nowadays with U.S. currency where there isn't a a backing to it. There's no silver or gold backing to it. There's an intrinsic value based on the current economic state. So as a result, the dollar goes up and down depending on what our trade state is and other factors in the world. Cryptocurrency is the same sort of scenario, but it's affected by things very differently. Like one of the things that we're seeing nowadays is Bitcoin is soaring right now. And one of the reasons it took a recent jump was Tesla, Elon Musk's company, decided that they're going to take Bitcoin payment for cars, and they invested more than $1 billion to acquire Bitcoin. Well, anytime a commodity is purchased in volumes like that, the cost of it goes up just because of the perceived value of it at that point. So you have speculative investment like that that's causing a rise in value.
Yeah, that happened with we talked about Dogecoin earlier too. Elon Musk would like make a tweet about Dogecoin and it would shoot up like 20 cents or something like that.
Sure.
So like, and you get that with regular stocks too, but with crypto, it's even more volatile like that.
Well, and Elon Musk is a great person to pick on because he's the type of person who stock in Tesla goes up significantly, and then he tweets and says, "Oh, well, that's overvalued," and then the stock plummets. Mm-hmm. And you know, when you're the second richest man in the world, you can stand to lose $40 billion and it doesn't really put a dent in your bank account, but your other investors can't afford that kind of recklessness and that volatility in a stock that they're investing in. And we'll talk later about the investment angle of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but we're going to find that's the same type of thing with crypto. So the technology that it is based on is blockchain. Now, this information comes from another website, Investopedia.com. Blockchain is a decentralized technology spread across many computers that manages and records transactions. Blockchain is a specific type of database. It differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks that are then chained together.
Blockchain.
Hence, blockchain. Once a block is filled with data, it's chained onto the previous block, which makes the data chained together in a chronological order. So one of the problems that you have with this is that as you continue to mine coin in a blockchain, the blockchain gets larger and larger and larger, which requires more storage capacity, it requires more bandwidth to handle, it requires more computing power as it gets progressively larger. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use so far has been as a ledger for these transactions. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is used in a decentralized way so that no single person or group has control. Rather, all users collectively retain control. So when you're going to mine Bitcoin, you download whatever the current version of that blockchain is. The entire thing. And as you're churning through it and you fill up the block itself, you're sending that data back out to this collection of computers.
So when we're talking about downloading it, is this like terabytes, petabytes? I don't know, how big does it get?
I don't know what the last count was, but you're talking a massive amount of data right now. Like it would take, I think I was looking at numbers earlier, and it took 8 hours or so over a gigabit line to download the current one. Once you have it, though, you get incremental updates to it. But that's just a sign of how large this is. And the larger it is, the more computations have to be done. So the problem a lot of people are running into is that in order to mine Bitcoin now, people are using very sophisticated hardware. In fact, NVIDIA just came out with their latest line of video cards, and they cryptographically crippled them through a driver update so they couldn't be used for blockchain, because what's happening is you're actually burning more energy in computational power and cooling to run these machines than you're generating in actual funds. So it's environmentally environmentally, it's not a good thing. I mean, we're not drilling another hole in the ozone or anything, but this is not going down the right path. So in Bitcoin's case, the blockchain's used as a way to store the ledger on here, and the decentralized blockchains are themselves immutable, which means that once the data is entered, it can't be changed. And for Bitcoin, this means that transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. And that's where that lack of anonymity comes from. Because in order for this whole system to work, you have to use a shared database for these transactions. Now, your existence in here is probably some, 64 character long random GUID number, not, Sam. So there's that level of anonymity. But it also records origins of these. So it can tell geographically by your IP address where it's coming from. So when you process something on the blockchain, it knows what your ID is. It might not know who you are, but it can see where you're at. So a lot of cyber forensic analysis is going into some of these because a lot of people in the criminal underworld are using Bitcoin to fund their terrorist organizations and criminal organizations because of that level of security. So as a result, federal authorities and government authorities around the world are developing new tools to try to de-anonymize some of these transactions to track it down so that they can generate evidence against criminals. So that's really what blockchain is. It's the technology behind, it's the database behind cryptocurrency. Questions, comments?
No, I mean, it seems relatively straightforward so far. Yeah, so my only thing is, how does this translate into actual value? Because, I understand how you get it and how it's made, but, is it just because there's so much of it that it gives it value?
It's not that there's so much, it's that there's so little. So, for instance, if you look at Bitcoin, the way that you compute or the way that you mine Bitcoin computationally, there's a finite number of Bitcoins that are out there. And the more that are found, the fewer that can be found. So it's almost think of it like a baseball card. 10 Ricky Henderson rookies are made. That's all that will ever be made. And they're all in packages that are sitting in stores. So when the first one gets purchased, it's worth, say, $1,000. But when the second one gets purchased, that there's only 8 more out there. So the value of the ones that are found go up until all 10 are found. And then there's a fixed value because they exist. They're the only ones that are going to exist.
So that's why you have Tesla getting a bunch of it.
Exactly.
And then it skyrockets.
The problem that you run into is as people trade it and buy and sell and companies start to adopt it as an actual currency, it gets more precious because you have a finite pool of resources now that are now being traded in large blocks.
So people fight over it and then...
Exactly. Then you have governments. Like, for instance, Russia has outlawed Bitcoin. So you can't use Bitcoin in Russia to do anything. Where in the United States, I could spend Bitcoin to buy a pizza. It's literally that simple. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was used very frivolously. It was generated a lot in colleges because a lot of college students would use computers on campus because of the computational power to generate these. So you'd have students that would have 10 Bitcoins that would generate overnight. Then they'd want to order pizza. Well, they didn't have any cash, so the local pizzeria would accept Bitcoin. So you'd spend 2 Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
And 1 Bitcoin now is worth $10,000 or something like that.
Right. So you have people that spent over $20,000 on pizzas when they were in college. So that's why the volatility of it kind of makes for opportunities, but it also makes for misuse of the currency as well. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about what the impact of cryptocurrency is on today's society.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Today on Insights into Tomorrow, I find the button on the board to actually hit the right scene. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency, and we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of cryptocurrency on today's economy. So we've talked about Bitcoin, we've talked about Dogecoin a little bit. There's actually more than 6,700 different cryptocurrencies that are traded publicly today. And this is according to coinmarketcap.com. Cryptocurrencies continue to proliferate, raising money through initial coin offerings. You've heard of IPOs, initial public offerings for stocks. ICOs are what crypto coins actually use to generate their funds. The total value of all cryptocurrencies as of February 18th, 2021 was more than $1.6 trillion according to CoinMarketCap. And the total value of all Bitcoins, the most popular digital currency, was pegged at about $969 billion. Now, you can't have that much market cap and not have a huge influence over the economy. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine another segment of the economy other than like Apple, that's $1 trillion company, that has that kind of influence over it. So just that value alone gives you a footprint and a place at the table that countries, I mean, that's more value than most countries in the world actually have as far as value goes. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an astounding amount of wealth. And
Yeah.
like going back to the pizza analogy from earlier, like to think that it's come from that, you know, using it to get a pizza to $969 billion in what, 20 years?
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, less than that. It's just interesting, and stocks in general, or the market, how that works, it all kind of mystifies me. It seems like it's gambling with extra steps, and like how things get value, and in this case, how things can skyrocket in value over time. It fascinates me, but it's not something I have any idea how to get involved in.
Well, and that's one of the things, that's one of the real distinguishing factors between a cryptocurrency and a stock. A stock is a piece of something. It's a piece of a company, and its value is based on the value of that company, its revenue, its profit, and how that company is being run. And all that information, when you're a publicly traded company, is publicly available. So if you want to go do the research on Intel and see how much Intel is worth, you can see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, what their profits are, what contracts they've landed over the last 12 months. You can do all that research and find all that information. And largely that's what, you know, analysts and stockbrokers do for you. They do all that work for you and come back and say, okay, buy Intel because they're worth it. But you have the freedom to go get that information yourself and do it. You lack that information for the most part when it comes to crypto. I mean, crypto isn't representative of anything substantial. It's literally data that's being passed around. And a lot of people have a very difficult time wrapping their heads around that. It's hard to understand why you would need something like that. Granted, you you can have a currency that doesn't have borders. So, for instance, you have the euro versus the dollar. And the euro traditionally trends a few cents higher in value than the dollar does, depending on what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint. But that currency itself is based on gross domestic product. It's based on manufacturing output. There's a measurable metric that you can look at for it. So you can kind of predict, okay, well, we know that everyone's being hit by the pandemic right now. And sections of Europe are being hit worse than others. So the chances are their economy is going to be impacted by that further. So maybe now is not a good time. And I'm saying this strictly from a theoretical standpoint. I am not an investment broker, or am I qualified to comment on any of this stuff? But you can see these signs, these trends, and determine that might not be the investment that you want, because the euro may go down as their economy is impacted. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Tomorrow, Bitcoin could lose 30% for no apparent reason. Or it could gain 30% for equally no reason.
It's volatile.
That is
it's the buzzword, yeah.
Incredibly volatile. So why do people like cryptocurrency? Why don't you tell us, why people, what the appeal of cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, so supporters see cryptocurrency, things like Bitcoin, as a currency of the future, and they're racing to buy them now before they become more valuable, which we've already seen that with going from buying pizzas to being worth, $900 some billion. Some supporters like the fact that crypto removes central banks from managing the money supply, since over time these banks tend to reduce the value of money through inflation, so Bitcoin can't be inflated the way normal money can. Other supporters like the technology behind crypto, like the blockchain, which we talked about earlier, because it's decentralized processing and recording system and can be more secure than usual payment options. And then finally, some speculators like crypto because they're going up in value and have no interest in the currency's long-term acceptance as a way to move money.
And that's a very good point, is that if you look at it from a long-term standpoint, it's so volatile and traded so frequently that people aren't looking at it as a long-term. Like, people buy Disney stock and they hold on the Disney stock for 30 years and they continue to increase in value. They may get dividends from it, but ultimately it's a long-term thing that someday you'll sell that and it's an investment. Whereas cryptocurrency is almost like day trading.
Yeah.
I'm buying it this morning because I know this afternoon, chances are it's going to be 30% higher and I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
That's essentially what I was doing. Me and my friends, when I talked about Dogecoin earlier, that's what we would do. We bought it, and then for like a week straight, we would check every day to see what the value was. And you could set, in the app we were using, you could set, I think it was called a limit order. So like if Dogecoin went up to 80 cents, you can have it sell then.
Right.
So like if we thought Elon Musk was going to tweet about it and it would make it go up in value, which happened, a lot of people made a lot of money when Dogecoin, when that phenomenon was happening.
Sure.
It's kind of stabled out now, but it was like day trading. And Robinhood, I know, got a lot of flack for that because so much money was being dumped in that they couldn't keep up with it. And I think that finding came out a couple of days ago, where the way Robinhood works is when you go into, and for those that don't know, Robinhood is an app where you can, trade stocks and trade crypto. When you go to buy something through them, they actually wait and basically give you an IOU so that if they can get a better value for it, they can then take that, and then you also get the stock. They take off the top.
Right.
But when the things with Dogecoin was happening, so many people were buying in, and with GameStop as well, the GameStop stock situation, they didn't have enough money to keep up. So it's like, when the trend hits the whole world and everybody's doing it like day trading, it can cripple something like Robinhood that's just, the app to the middleman almost.
Yeah, their business model was not capable of keeping up with that. But one of the other things about crypto that we talk about here is that it doesn't use a centralized bank, which means it can't be influenced by governments or government regulation. So you look at how some of the economy works in the United States, and you've got the Federal Trade Commission that makes sure that there's no insider trading and that things are done on the up and up. You have the Federal Reserve that sets interest rates. So with a traditional economy, you have a lot of outside influence. It's not just the market value. A lot of it is the government trying to control the money. Part of that's inflation. When the economy is bad, the government puts more currency into circulation, which devalues the currency but increases spending. And with a cryptocurrency, they don't have that control, which is one of the reasons why Russia had banned Bitcoin, because Bitcoin could really come in and take over an economy because the government has no control over it. So a lot of governments don't understand crypto yet, and those that do and have kind of a good understanding of it are kind of afraid of it, and with good reason. Yeah. One of the other things that we talk about here is the encryption associated with it. Well, that encryption allows you to hide transactions. So right now, we've got a big push in the United States where the federal government wants to have access to encrypted data on your phone, in your email, through your social media, because they claim that without that, then they can't do their job from a law enforcement perspective. So the federal government wants access to your encrypted information on your phone. So if they get a warrant for a search warrant, they can execute it, where they can't do that now. Well, they'll never be able to do that with cryptocurrency. They can't go to a manufacturer like Apple or Google and say, put a backdoor in, or we're going to put you out of business. There's no central authority for Bitcoin. So they can't exercise that control. And as a result, it's very appealing to a lot of people who want to do international transactions. When we do transactions with a company overseas, there's a conversion rate that happens. And that conversion makes money for someone. Some money broker somewhere skims off the top, like you talked about with Robinhood. With Bitcoin, it's traded at face value. Nobody skims off the top. Nobody makes a profit off of it. And generally, when no one's making a profit off of a transaction, people have a problem with that.
Yeah.
So you can't have that man in the middle who's doing things. But again, cryptocurrencies are speculative. There's nothing tangible about a cryptocurrency that says, okay, well, I see that Tesla put out 20% more cars this year than they had forecast, so their value is going to go up. There's nothing like that with crypto. It's literally just made up as it goes along. And that's something that scares off investors. So what you get is a completely different class of investors that go after cryptocurrencies. As an investor myself, I'm very risk averse. I will invest money in a guaranteed 8% return any day over the possibility of a 15% return with a 50% chance of loss. That's just the way I am. I'll always go for the sure thing.
I mean, I've been investing a little bit. I don't, as I've made clear by this show, I don't really understand how a lot of this stuff works. So I've been using Robinhood, and they got in trouble for kind of gamifying it. But I like that personally because it makes it a lot easier to understand. And the way I've been trading it is like gambling, where if you're putting money in, you have to be okay to lose it if you mess something up, or you're okay having it sit there for a long time, because a lot of stocks are, like you talked about with the Disney example, a long-term thing. So I haven't been doing it enough to understand how I do it. But at least with the crypto stuff, I was doing it daily, trying to get just the smallest amount of value out of it. Where it's not a set 8%, a guaranteed 8% return like you were talking about. So it is weird seeing the comparison of, play it safe long term, but with crypto, it's play it now and hope for the best.
Absolutely. So I guess the real overriding question is, are cryptocurrencies a good investment? So like we said, cryptocurrencies may go up in value, but many investors see them as more speculations and not real investments. And the reason for that is that just like real currencies, cryptocurrencies generate no cash flow. So for you to profit, someone has to pay more for the currency than you did, which is called the greater fool principle. Yeah, I love that one.
That's a funny name.
And it's a legitimate theory for investing. But if you contrast that to a well-managed business, which increases its value over time by growing the profitability and cash flow of an operation, experts note that cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin may not be that safe. And some notable voices in the investment community have advised would-be investors to steer clear of them. Because it's gambling.
Yeah, it's just gambling.
You hit the nail on the head. You're probably better off going to Vegas and betting, $5,000 on black at the roulette than you aren't putting it in to cryptocurrency. Of a particular note, Warren Buffett compared Bitcoin to paper checks, saying, quote, it's a very effective way of transmitting money, and you can do it anonymously and all that. A check is a way of transmitting money, too. Are checks worth a lot of money just because they can transmit money? And I think that really boils it down, because in order to do anything with Bitcoin, you either have to generate them through very complex, very costly computational efforts, or you need to buy them. So if you invest the money to buy them, you've paid somebody money for money. Really.
Yeah.
And you're paying that conversion rate.
Mm-hmm.
If you generate it, then you're paying the money to actually, it's not free. Like a lot of people think that, and that's part of the problem, is that people think that, oh, well, cryptocurrency, I can generate that, I can quote unquote mine that on my computer. Well, I already own the computer, so it's costing me nothing. If I can mine 3 Bitcoin, that's a fortune. Well, you're not mining for nothing. You're paying the electric bill. You're paying to cool it, because it generates so much heat to do these computations. People have actually turned mining computers into heaters for their homes.
Oh, wow.
What they've done is they build a computer with 5 or 6 graphic processor units, high-grade graphics processor units, and they channel that heat into their house, and that's how they heat their house.
That's insane.
I saw one person who lived out in Colorado or something like that, and he actually funneled the heat from his cryptocurrency computer to a chicken coop, and that heats the chicken coop outside.
Well, there you go.
But that's no different than, because you're still paying to use that power. One of the latest trends now is they're putting a lot of crypto mining farms in Alaska so they don't have to pay for the cooling costs. So they're just pulling,
Put them in the ice.
they're pulling outdoor air in, and that's cooling these machines off.
Yeah, I know there was this was a while ago, probably like a year ago, but the Nintendo Switch had a thing, the gaming console, where people couldn't figure out why when they played this one game, it was like some cooking game, why their Switches kept overheating. And it was because they were using it to mine Bitcoin in the background for the game. So people's Switches would overheat and turn off, and they couldn't figure out why, because it's not like, the Switch is like that big. It's not like it's a PS5 or something. Yeah. So people were like, what's going on here? And they looked into it, and they were mining Bitcoin in the background when you played the game. It was insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. It really is. Yeah. For those who see cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin as the currency of the future, it should be noted that a currency needs stability so that merchants and consumers can determine what a fair price for goods is. So let's take the instance of Tesla. So they're going to be selling a car, and they're going to price the cost in Bitcoin out to what the equivalent dollar value would be. So let's say, for instance, you buy a Tesla for $80,000. Let's say that's, for the sake of easy math, that's 8 Bitcoin. All right. Say Bitcoin's at $10,000 each. Well, if Bitcoin drops in value at any point in time while you're still paying for that car, then you just got, like, if it drops to 5,000 per Bitcoin, you just paid half price for that car. What merchant is going to deal with a currency that's that volatile and that prone to have them lose money? Like, it just, for Tesla to go that route, I think puzzled a lot of people.
Do you think that it's going to end up becoming regulated if enough businesses get involved? Do you think it's just going to sidestep the government and they're just going to regulate it themselves? Especially if they have the majority of it, like a Tesla or another big corporation?
Well, and that's actually a very interesting proposition. You can't regulate it. You can't, because of its decentralized nature. So even if you own the majority of it, like owning the majority of a company, you control that company. If you own the majority of Bitcoin, you can't dictate the price of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is only worth what the market will bear. So if Tesla owned 60% of the available Bitcoin out there, they could ask whatever they want. But if nobody wants to pay that value, then it's not worth that, right? Like, think of selling on eBay. Oh, I can put my Star Wars figures up on eBay and ask $5,000 for them. Doesn't mean they're worth $5,000 if nobody's going to buy them. And that's what you're looking at with Bitcoin, is that you can't deregulate. So I don't know why at this point in time someone like Elon Musk would get into it, if for no other reason than just for publicity.
I'm pretty sure he had an SEC filing the other day where they have to call him like Crypto King now or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which one of my friends, it was half joking, but he was like, well, that's so they don't have to say he's a CEO. So when he does dumb stuff like this, he can say, well, I'm not CEO, I'm the Crypto King.
Right.
It's different.
Right. But I don't know. He does things like, this is the man who sold flamethrowers to promote his boring company, his mining company. So
we could do a whole show on him if we wanted to.
Yeah.
He's like Tony Stark, but not as cool.
But as we said, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been anything but stable through much of their history. For example, while Bitcoin traded close to $20,000 in December 2017, by 2020 it was trading at record levels. It dropped as low as $3,200 later that year. That's 70% of your value. That's ridiculous to have a drop like that. And then by 2020, it was back at record levels again. So the price volatility creates a conundrum. Hence the title to the show.
Hey-o.
See, you
Full
made fun of me
circle.
for the title.
I did make fun. It was funny.
If Bitcoins might be worth a lot more in the future, people are less likely to spend and circulate them today. So I'm going to stop buying pizzas with my Bitcoin. I'm going to hold on to them, making them less viable as a currency. So think of it almost like a commodity, like gold. So gold rarely drops in value. And what happens is a lot of people buy gold and they hold on to it because it's a good investment, because it doesn't drop in value. Nobody deals in gold as a currency anymore. It's not practical to deal in it. But because it's stable, people are going to hold on to that and use that to back other ventures. Because this is volatile and could drop or increase dramatically, people don't want to spend that, because they don't want to spend $20,000 on a pizza. Even though it may only be $20 today, a year from now, it could be $20,000. So it doesn't lend itself to being used to transmit money. And finally, they say, why spend a Bitcoin when it would be worth 3 times that value next year? And that's exactly what they're saying. It's more an investment gimmick, I think, than it is a real currency.
So then do you think it will go by the wayside eventually? If people adopt this line of thinking that it's not worth the effort to spend it?
I think Bitcoin has a very limited lifetime to it. I think cryptocurrency in general does. I think blockchain has other practical applications that can be used for more realistic things. I think what we're seeing right now with crypto is probably a fad because it's just too unstable. Yeah. Investors don't like instability. So you're going to find that it's going to probably lose its widespread adoption pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll look at what we do think of what the future of cryptocurrency is and how it's changing the world.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking cryptocurrency. And as we said earlier, cryptocurrency is not new. It's been around since roughly 2009 when Bitcoin was first created. But in recent years, it started to have a more significant impact on the world. Cryptocurrency has done this by changing the way various industries operate and opening up new opportunities for individuals and businesses alike. The creation of cryptocurrency also introduced blockchain technology to the world, which is, I think, the most significant contribution that we get from crypto. According to Statista, revenues from the technology are expected to reach more than $39 billion by 2025. From these figures, it's clear that cryptocurrencies and the technology that surround them are having a major impact. Here are some of the examples of how cryptocurrency is changing the world. Why don't you tell us about these?
Sure. So alternative international financial transactions, which we kind of talked about earlier with it being a borderless currency. Businesses are always keen to find a way to complete international transactions in the most secure way possible. So cryptocurrency-based solutions like Ripple can help with this. Ripple operates on an open source platform and it enables the seamless transfer of both cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin and fiat money like USD and yen. I don't know what fiat money is.
Fiat money is national currency.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a term for it. And then finally, the main process of Ripple is payment, settlement, and remittance that is similar to the traditional SWIFT system, which is used by financial institutions. What is the SWIFT system also?
Well, SWIFT system we're not going to go into today.
Okay.
That's a lot more complicated.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get an economist next time to break that down for us.
Yes.
Second, more options for secure online payments. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology can make it easier for people to make online payments. Blockchain wallets store private and public keys that enable payments to be made securely and quickly. Also, many sites in various industries accept cryptocurrencies as a safe way for people to send and deposit money. So, for example, online gambling sites that accept cryptocurrencies are popular among young adults and in general with players due to the added security that is provided. The worldwide online payment system PayPal has also recently announced that it is going to start allowing customers to buy, sell, and hold cryptocurrencies in its online wallets. PayPal was Elon Musk, right? He invented that?
I believe that's where he started.
So yeah, another Elon, he's back. Another mention of him. Revolutionizing supply chains. So Bitcoin, the global economy, is reliant on secure and efficient supply chains. This makes supply chain security a major concern. The blockchain technology that enables the use of crypto can also be used to improve the security of supply chains thanks to its transparency and decentralized nature. Certain currencies like Walton Chain and VeChain, or VeChain, are specifically aimed at improving the safety and speed of supply chain operation. Providing a platform for creatives, it can often be difficult for professionals like musicians to sell content without interference from middlemen like producers. So they can use crypto like XRP to allow them to sell content directly to consumers. This is because consumers can access the content and pay for it using a real-world payment solution. That's an interesting note. I never thought of that, of how it can be used to actually help people that might be, scammed by a producer or something like that. Changing the way NGOs deal with money. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, engage with crypto as a way of getting currency to underprivileged areas of the world. During the current crisis, the Red Cross in Italy has also started accepting Bitcoin donations from people in order to boost its fund and help it provide the support that people need. So using it for more humanitarian efforts.
Sure. And the other thing we kind of have to make note of here is that we talk a lot about Bitcoin because that's in the news a lot. And Bitcoin's a form of crypto, but it's obviously not the only version. Crypto in general can be used for other different things depending on how it's generated. Like, for instance, we talked how Bitcoin has a finite number of Bitcoins that you can ever get out of the blockchain. But other currencies like Dogecoin, it's unlimited. So you can continue to generate Dogecoin, which is why the value never really soars, because there's an infinite amount of it out there. But it's also a legitimate form of currency because it is digitally signed through a very strong encryption. So something like that, you can easily use that to do electronic transactions back and forth online, or to transfer large sums of money, or, things like that, where you want to have secure, borderless transactions. That's not to say that Bitcoin's the best crypto for that, but crypto can be used for these things. It does away with that decentralized bank. It does away with these conversions. It does away with the regulations that you get bogged down in. One example, which is probably not a good example, is North Korea. Okay, so North Korea is under all kinds of sanctions. They can't trade, tea at this point in time without having some kind of sanction slapped on them. But they can trade crypto because it's unregulated.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop that.
I didn't even think of that.
Now, that's a bad example of that, but the good example of that is if you're in a oppressive third world regime that you're trying to fight for the freedom of the people there and the government is oppressing you. You can fund those operations through cryptocurrencies and still manage to get the funds that you need.
Yeah, it sort of cuts out the red tape and the middleman and all that to just get the currency where it needs to be.
Exactly. I think personally moving forward, cryptocurrencies themselves are going to be more of a medium than they are an asset or an investment. They're going to be used for transactions. Like a lot of business transactions use EFT fund transactions now, and you get a lot of hands touching that type of stuff through the banking industries. And I think cryptocurrencies eliminate a lot of that stuff. So I think there's a future for cryptocurrencies. I think it's very different than what we see today. I think we're going to see them take on a different role. I think we're going to see them be used by different people for different reasons. I don't think they're going to be a viable investment anytime in the near future just because of the volatility. But one of the things that we are seeing crypto use for, and again, this is a different use of blockchains, is something called an NFT, or a non-fungible token. And these are a type of cryptocurrency created on smart contract platforms such as Ethereum. And they're unique digital objects that can be cool to own or even profitable to trade.
Like it's World of Warcraft or something.
Similar to that. You joke,
Really?
but it's similar to that. But for instance, Elon Musk's girlfriend was just in the news because she put up $8 million in artwork as NFTs. The NBA is involved in this. You can purchase an NFT, a non-fungible token of an NBA highlight, and you own that highlight.
Like the footage?
No, just the rights to the highlight.
Okay.
This is where it gets confusing.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Think of it as, let's go back to the analogy of baseball cards. All right. So as a kid, I would buy baseball cards. You'd go out to the store, you'd buy a pack of them. You'd open them up and you'd see what card you got. And if you got a rookie card of somebody that you knew was good, you held on to it and it had value. I could take that to a trading card store somewhere and sell it. This is sort of the same type of thing, but you never get the card. So, for instance, you pay for an NFT, and that NFT happens to be for, I say Ricky Henderson because that's the only valuable baseball card I ever owned. So you pay for a token, a digital token for Ricky Henderson's rookie card. And that card stays in the store in the window, and everyone can come by and they can look at that and they can gawk at it and they can ooh and ah and everything, but nobody can have it. They can just see it. You own it. Now you can trade it to someone else. You can sell it to someone else. You can sell that right to it, but you never actually own it.
That sounds lame. Why would you want to do that? Especially if it's like Grimes' artwork. Wouldn't you want to hang artwork like in your house? You just have a thing that says you own the artwork. You don't own the art.
Well, and that's like you can have copies of it, but you own the right to that item itself. So no one else can own the right to
It
it.
seems like a pyramid scheme or something.
And that's how it's been described.
You own
by
the
a lot
idea
of
of art.
people. That's how it's been described. So what is fungible and non-fungible?
You're asking me.
Yes.
Oh, well, conveniently enough, we have a very well-produced show notes. Cryptocurrencies can be fungible, meaning all the currency's unit, i.e. tokens, are the same and equal, like grains of rice or dollars. Non-fungible tokens are the opposite. Every cryptocurrency unit or token is unique and cannot be replicated. This, quote, non-fungible property can be used for many things, even certain types of currencies. But the current NFT craze is mostly fueled by digital art and collectibles, kind of like we talked about. People have figured out that a unique digital object can be interesting, cool, and even have a significant monetary value. It's why the space has recently blossomed, encompassing thousands of projects involving artworks, gaming, and sports.
So how do NFTs work? So it really depends on the platform, right? So given the vast majority of NFTs that are created and traded on Ethereum, let's focus on that. So NFTs created on Ethereum's blockchain, which is immutable, meaning it can't be altered, like we've talked about all blockchains. No one can undo your ownership of an NFT or recreate the same one. They're also, quote, permissionless. So anyone can create, buy, or sell an NFT without asking for permission. So if you're an artist, you can create your own NFTs. You don't have to license it through someone else.
So how does that work with like the NBA?
So the NBA creates their NFTs for these highlights.
Okay.
And they're the only ones that can create their NFTs.
Right.
They're the authority for it. Every NFT is unique and can be viewed by anyone, just like that card in the window. Anyone can walk by the window. So again, it's like the analogy I gave you with having a card that's forever available for people to use. I don't know why people would do it.
Yeah.
People are doing it. There's a huge budding industry, which is why I threw it in at the end of the notes here, because it kind of was an afterthought in my research in doing this. But I wanted to put it in here as another example of how blockchain itself is being used without it being technically a cryptocurrency. And I guess, let's take a step back and talk about where we think it's going to go. So we're going to take a quick break. Our last break, we'll come back and we'll talk about what the future of cryptocurrency is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Investopedia.com says that the economic analysts predict a big change in crypto is forthcoming as institutional money enters the market. There's the possibility of crypto will be floated on the NASDAQ, which would further add credibility to blockchain and its uses as an alternative to conventional currencies. Some predict that all crypto needs to be a verified exchange-traded fund, an ETF. An ETF would definitely make it easier for people to invest in Bitcoin, but there still needs to be the demand to want to invest in crypto, which might not automatically be generated with a fund. What do you think? Where do you think we're going to go with crypto based on the discussion that we had here? What do you think its future is?
Well, I didn't know a whole lot about it going in, and I've definitely learned a lot today. So I said I'd probably agree with a lot of what you're saying, is that it seems like it's the blockchain element of it seems like it's useful and can be used for lots of other things. But breaking it down in terms of the actual reasons to invest in it, and there not really being that many, and the volatility of it too, I think unless there's a change in that and how that works, which I don't know how you do that, it seems like, the best thing we're getting out of this is the blockchain technology.
Right. Yeah. And Investopedia looks specifically at the outlook for Bitcoin, and they say the future outlook for Bitcoin is it's subject to much debate, which we kind of agreed on here. While the financial media is proliferated by so-called crypto evangelists, Harvard University professor of economics and public policy Kenneth Rogoff suggests the, quote, overwhelming sentiment among crypto advocates is that the total market capitalization of cryptocurrencies could explode over the next 5 years, rising to $5 to $10 trillion, which is, astronomical. The historic volatility of the asset class is no reason to panic, he says. Still, he tempered his optimism with that of the crypto evangelists' view of Bitcoin as digital gold, calling it, quote, nutty.
Yeah, that's the official economist term.
That is the official term, stating its long-term value is more likely to be $100 than $100,000. Rogoff argues that unlike physical gold, Bitcoin's use is limited to transactions, which makes it more vulnerable to a bubble-like collapse. Additionally, the cryptocurrency's energy-intensive verification process is vastly less efficient than systems that rely on a trusted central authority like a central bank. And I think that's really a great place to make that distinction, is that the value or the viability of a Bitcoin is in its computational authority, whereas the value of a traditional currency or stock is in its institutional authority. And being decentralized with no institutional authority, you have to rely on that encryption to know what the value is and to know that it's a legitimate transaction. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, even this guy that we just quoted, he starts off with towards the more optimistic side, saying, it could be trillions of dollars in the next couple of years. But then once he thinks about it, it seems like he tempers it, being like, well, it's also very volatile. And, he say the word bubble. And that kind of got me thinking of like, maybe this is a bubble. Maybe it has the chance to collapse. And especially with it being like so nebulous too, that it might even lend itself further to a collapse. Like, .com and things like that back in, what was it, the 90s, right? When that happened?
Late 90s, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe, I hope that doesn't happen, because it seems like it's interesting technology. I hope that it doesn't completely collapse. And if it does collapse, maybe it can come back in some way. But yeah, it just seems like overall it's better to just be safe than sorry.
Sure. Yeah. I think, we both agree that there's probably a lot more scrutiny to be paid to this. Bitcoin's main benefits of decentralization and transaction anonymity have also made it a favored currency for a host of illegal activities, including money laundering, drug peddling, smuggling, and weapons procurement. This has attracted the attention of powerful regulatory and other government agencies, such as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the SEC, and even the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. In March of 2013, when this was an infant state here, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network issued rules that defined virtual currency exchanges and administrators as money service businesses, bringing them within the jurisdiction of government regulation. In May of that year, the Department of Homeland Security froze an account of Mt. Gox, the largest Bitcoin exchange at the time, that was held at Wells Fargo, alleging that it broke anti-money laundering laws. New York's Department of Financial Services issued subpoenas to 22 emerging payment companies, many of which handled Bitcoin, asking about their measures to prevent money laundering and ensure consumer protection. So these are very real cases out there that the government fearing what you can do with this cryptocurrency. And they're fearing it under the guise of illegal activity, which is legitimate, but their fear goes a lot deeper than just illegal activity. Their fear goes to a lack of control, a lack of regulation. I mean, the federal government does not like things it can't regulate.
Yeah, and it seems like they're most likely going to use the crime angle to get their foot in the door, right, for increased regulation.
And they were doing the same exact thing with encryption on your personal phones. And even the encryption on your phones, they're taking it even a step further, and they're hammering home this whole idea of child pornography and child exploitation. And that's why, let's do it for the children.
Think of the children, yeah.
Right. And that's really what they're hammering home to try to crack your encryption. But we're looking at the same type of thing here. So I think unregulated currencies like Bitcoin that are speculative and have a potential for high value are much more likely to come under the scrutiny of the government than a transactional thing like Dogecoin, where people are using it for legitimate things, and it doesn't have enough power behind it to really warrant being used for illegal activity. Right. But again, in the end, I think it's really the technology that comes out of this that's going to be the winner overall. I think cryptocurrencies I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon, but they're not changing the economy anytime soon. Governments just aren't going to allow it.
Yeah, it seems like it would be that simple, right? They could just say no.
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on cryptocurrency?
Well, I definitely learned a lot about it today. That was kind of nice. And I hope that our viewers learned something too, if they were as clueless as I was. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it's not as future proof as, some of the jokes about it might make it seem like. But blockchain seems like it could be used for a lot of really good things, and hopefully good things. And I'm curious to see where governments take it in the next 5 to 10 years. If we do end up getting, that $1 trillion level that economist was talking about, how governments are going to respond to that, and how they're going to take it seriously, or, try to outlaw it or ban it, and, around the world, and how that's going to affect it. All that is interesting to me. So yeah, it's just a matter of, see where it goes.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a wait and see attitude is probably the best. I think we should not let Elon Musk, people of Elon Musk's nature lead the charge on this. Between selling flamethrowers and launching his Sportster into space for media gimmicks and stuff like that. I don't really think he's the authority that we want to use in this case here. I think it's probably best to, if you're interested in investing in it, I would suggest you do so very cautiously. I would not liquidate your 401k and dump it into Bitcoin, that's for sure. But, it's speculative. There's a chance that you could make some money off of it today. Why not get in on it like everyone else does if you do it smartly? So, but that's all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I think we did it.
All right. I think that is it. Before we go, I would ask folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found as Insights into Tomorrow, video versions as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, and any place you get your podcast feeds from. I would also ask you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 6 days a week on Twitch when I don't have technical difficulties like this week. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you have a Amazon Prime membership, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly. We would love it if you sent that our way. Helps us to keep the lights on around here. And we have a lot of really bright, hot lights around here we have to keep on. We don't use it to mine Bitcoin. I promise you that. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at insightsintothings. You can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. We're done. Another one in the books.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 121, Feeling Like a Burden. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my compassionate and caring co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. How was your week so far this week?
Not too bad. I'm finally out of band camp, which is nice.
You know, not too bad. It's pretty good considering you had a dentist appointment and an orthodontist appointment this week.
Well, at least they weren't on the same day like the last time.
That's true. But having a week, it's not so bad, just goes to show you how tough band camp was last week.
Yeah, compared to last week, I kind of prefer this week. Even having to go to the orthodontist and dentist wasn't as bad.
Hey, but you know what? You survived it. You came out stronger. You said the conditioning worked. You're able to do some of the routines now a little bit easier. So I think mission accomplished, right?
Yeah.
So this week we are talking about being a burden. This was another topic that you had come up with and did the research for. So situations, emotions, and hormones often combine in our teens to make them feel like a burden on those around them, or at least that's what they perceive. We'll explore why this happens, some of the things that can cause this, and finally, we'll look at ways to help our teens combat this. But before we do that, I would invite our audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also invite our audience to give us some feedback. Write in. Reach out. We'd love to get suggestions for show topics. Love to get feedback on how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, you can get us at insights_things. We're at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or we're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those and more on our website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
All right. So why do people feel like a burden? So this research came from the bellfoundation.org.au, another one of our Australian sources. We used one of those last week as well. More often than not, feeling like a burden is tied to other issues, such as self-esteem, depression, guilt, or other feelings that are overwhelming for us to handle. We in turn believe that if those feelings are an overwhelming burden on us, then it makes us an overwhelming burden on others. Feeling like a burden is usually a symptom of a larger problem, not the root cause of the problem itself. Determining the reason for feeling like a burden is the key to addressing the root cause of the issues we may face. Many people that go through an episode of depression feel like a burden to others. Often, individuals who live with depression struggle with feelings of guilt. It seems to be linked intrinsically with depression and how someone with this illness perceives themselves. They may express how they feel worthless or a burden to the people that are caring for them.
Often as carers, we find ourselves saying, "There is nothing to feel guilty for. You can't help feeling ill." The individual may be aware of this, but they are unable to move past the negative thoughts they are experiencing. Being stuck in negative thinking is a major part of depression. Guilt is synonymous with mental ill health. People that are depressed may often feel they are undeserving of love and happiness. They may feel that they are taking away people's time and energy needlessly.
It's important to understand that someone with depression doesn't want to feel guilty or a burden. They don't enjoy it or encourage it. There's a tremendous pressure on all of us in society to appear well and to not talk about negative feelings. When someone is depressed, this feeling is exacerbated, and they'll often hide how they truly feel from people that care about them. There's a real fear that they're burdening people around them with too great a responsibility. Depression causes people to self-destruct and to not seek help or support. They may push others away from them and damage relationships, sometimes irreparably. People with depression may also have had experiences when they have shared how they felt in the past. They may have opened up to someone they've trusted, and that person hasn't been able to deal with it. They may have been met with silence or just simply ignored. This can damage future relationships and how much they trust other people to help them when they're ill. Someone with depression may be surrounded by genuine, caring individuals, but still struggle with trusting them. They might convince themselves that they'll be left alone, or what happened in the past may happen all over again.
Feeling like a burden makes many people with depression stay silent. They may feel they're not worthy of help. They may feel they will just drag people down with them. It's important we make people feel that they no longer have to be silent. That it's okay to tell people that they're unwell and struggling. They need to feel that when they do open up, they will be met with support. It's also okay for people around them to say it is a struggle sometimes to support someone with depression. It's important for them to acknowledge that it's not easy, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Seeing someone unwell is very difficult, especially when they are dealing with very negative thoughts. We want to help someone who is unwell and make them feel better. It isn't because we see someone as a burden. It's because as compassionate human beings, we want to help those who may be suffering. It may also be because we went through something similar and are grateful for those who helped us through it and want to continue that positive movement by helping others. What we can do to help someone is to be there for them. We can listen and offer practical support.
So this is kind of a heavy topic for today, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, kinda.
So let me ask, with all that said and done, and that was a very detailed definition of what feeling like a burden kind of is and some of the things that it might stem from. Have you had feelings of being a burden on others?
I mean, we've kind of mentioned the fact that I feel that I'm your little burden, basically. So, yeah, I'd say I've kind of felt like a burden to others.
And what do you think that feeling stems from? Is it self-esteem issues? Is it depression? Is it just the general state of being a teenager dependent on other people?
I think it's probably mostly related to my self-esteem. I know I don't really have depression, and I don't really have I don't really think it just stems from the fact that I'm still young and I need your help, because I have kind of been striving to be slightly more independent. So I guess it kind of all ties back to my own self-esteem. And I think a lot of it is kind of like, when I get upset, I feel like I'm burdening you guys with my problems because you have to worry about taking care of me while also worrying about everything else. And I've actually also kind of felt that way in marching band, sort of. Because, we've been talking about, how, everything I do, I have to, it's just me in a way. If I don't get my steps right, the form's not really gonna look right. So, if I do mess something up, or if I feel too needy, with you or the people at marching band, I feel like I'm a burden.
I understand. That makes sense. And from the marching band standpoint, this is the first time you've really been involved in a team event, a team participation. And if you look at it objectively, really, if anybody messes up their part, it has an effect. Yeah. So that doesn't single you out as a burden. It's your first year. So I could totally understand the overwhelming feeling of learning all this stuff that you've never been exposed to. But this is why you have mini camp and band camp and rehearsal, and the rest of the band understands that. They were all first years at some point in time themselves, and they all went through it at the same time. So I wouldn't, I understand where it comes from. But if that becomes an overwhelming feeling, you probably should talk to the band director and kind of explain your feelings. And I'm sure they're very well equipped to deal with this, because he's been doing it for a long time, and you're not the first person to walk in with a lot of these feelings. Mm-hmm. As a individual who suffers from depression myself, I've gone through the feelings, those deep lows emotionally, where you do feel like a burden on the people around you, and you feel like you don't want to bother other people when you're like I'm the type of person that when I go through these depressive periods, I know that I can logically acknowledge that my life is pretty good. I have these issues that I go through, that it's not I lost my job or a loved one passes away. Those things tend to not trigger depressive episodes for me. They just sort of come out of the blue, and you're overwhelmed by these feelings of depression and sadness and questioning self-worth, and I don't know where they come from, so I'm very hesitant to talk about things like that with other people, because I don't know how to deal with them myself. And I don't want to, I'm overwhelmed by them, and I don't want to overwhelm other people. So a lot of what they talk about here about keeping silent is very true. And the few times that I have actually gone out and talked to people, whether it's talking to mommy or when I would go through these periods and my mom was around and I would talk to her, or if I've talked to counselors, that act of talking about it, because you're not looking for an answer. You're really not. It's not like you're going to someone and you'll tell them what the problem is and they'll give you an answer to it. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But what it really is about is talking through what you're feeling and just having somebody to listen. And when you can talk those things and vocalize those things to someone else, it helps you to understand them a lot better. Even if the person on the other side doesn't say a word. Like, my mother very rarely said anything when I had these talks with her. But just the fact that she was listening and having that compassionate person to talk to about it was in itself uplifting. So it is important to talk about these things when you're feeling like a burden. And by talking about them with other people, you're not burdening them with it.
Yeah.
a lot of the problems that you're running into as a teen, you still have to deal with. So when I think of burdening someone in the literal sense, it's like giving them the problems and letting them solve them. But you're really not doing that, are you?
Not really.
No, you're basically trying to figure out how to deal with them. And when you talk your way through it, it's kind of like when you talk to yourself. You know, if you're sitting there putting something together, you're doing a Lego project, or you're trying to assemble furniture, and you're reading the instructions and you start talking to yourself, that talking to yourself helps your brain to work a different way. You look at the problem from a different angle. So when you vocalize it, you're working different parts of your brain, and it helps your brain to figure things out. So that's really what you're doing when you're discussing these feelings with someone. You're not putting the feelings on someone else. You're using that conversation to kind of rewire your thinking about those problems. And sometimes when you do that, it helps you to figure them out where you otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
So don't ever hesitate to talk to Mommy or I about any of these things. You know, we're here to help. That is, we joke around that you're our little burden, but as parents, we accept that.
Yeah.
And as parents, you know, we are responsible for you. We're responsible for your care. We're responsible for clothing you and feeding you, but we're equally as responsible for your mental well-being as well. So, and Mommy and Daddy have both fully accepted that responsibility. So don't ever think that you are burdening us when you want to talk about things like this. We're always here to listen. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the reasons that people wind up feeling like a burden. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we're talking about feeling like a burden. And now we're going to be talking about the reasons behind people feeling like a burden. And this research comes from a website called BetterHelp.com. So our feelings contribute to our reality. If you feel like a burden, you will have to work through your feelings to see your true worth. However, working through those feelings may not always seem easy, as it requires challenging your thoughts and facing your emotions. Here are a few reasons you may be feeling like a burden. And one of the main ones, the first one we have here, is low self-esteem and confidence. People who suffer from low self-esteem may believe that they aren't worth anything or are burdensome, especially if this is a belief that has been solidified over time. If you suffer from low self-esteem, it helps to remember that you can overcome that belief and work toward being more confident. For some, low self-esteem is something that is experienced on its own. For others, however, low self-esteem and self-confidence may be a symptom of a mental illness.
Anxiety disorders are another reason you may feel like a burden. If you struggle with anxiety, you may be worried that your symptoms are troublesome to those around you, or that people may leave you because of them. While these beliefs are not rooted in reality, they are very real to the person experiencing them, and such beliefs may worsen anxiety. However, Worrying about what others think of you does not always signify an anxiety disorder. To help you better understand if you're dealing with anxiety, here's a list of symptoms associated with this category of mental illness. Feeling as though you're constantly on edge, feeling fatigued and having difficulty concentrating or following through with tasks, being irritable and angry, experiencing muscle tension and random pain, worrying frequently, or having issues sleeping. Some anxiety disorders also include panic attacks, which can include symptoms such as heart palpitations, sweating, intense feelings of dread and fear, and shaking or trembling. If you believe that you have an anxiety disorder, you'll want to seek help from a licensed therapist. Therapy can help alleviate the symptoms of an anxiety disorder. It can also help you process the emotions associated with feeling like a burden.
There's also depressive disorders to worry about. Individuals suffering from depression may also feel like a burden. Depression is a mental disorder that affects mood and self-perception, which can lead you to believe negative things about yourself. Symptoms of depression include feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, and sadness or numbness, sleeping too little or too much, having little appetite or eating more than usual, which can be accompanied by weight loss or gain, feeling fatigued and lethargic, which can cause you to speak and move more slowly than usual, difficulty concentrating and maintaining focus, no desire or motivation to do daily tasks or engage in previously enjoyed activities, agitation, anger, or irritation, and frequent thoughts of death or dying. If you are experiencing symptoms of depression, please seek help immediately, especially if you're thinking about suicide or believe that you are at risk of harming yourself. And we're also going to be providing the National Suicide Prevention Line, which is 1-800-273-8255.
Just as anxiety or depression may contribute to feeling like a burden, so may other mental disorders, such as bipolar disorder or an eating disorder. And you do not have to have a mental disorder to feel like a burden. Dealing with a health issue that makes you rely on others can lead to the same thing. Whatever's causing you to feel this way, support is available. So, of those symptoms and of those contributing factors that we talked about, have you experienced any of these? And we can go down that list again. So, low self-esteem or confidence, is that something that's ever been an issue for you?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
I've had issues recently with my self-esteem. For the most part, in some cases, it's pretty good, but in other cases, it's not so good.
Okay.
My inner critic is very... Let's say it gives the worst side of criticism.
You are very harsh on yourself. You're probably your harshest critic, and I think we've established that over time.
Yeah, so low self-esteem and confidence has probably been one of the biggest factors in me kind of believing that I'm somewhat of a burden to people, mainly because I don't really believe in myself.
So what about anxiety disorder? So when we started this podcast, one of the very early episodes we talked about was anxiety. And it was something that you seemed to show symptoms of. But once we got kind of down deep into the weeds on it, I don't think we thought that you were. What do you think? I mean, do you suffer from anxiety? Do you suffer from panic attacks or anything like that? Are you placed in situations where you feel a great deal of anxiety?
I mean, I definitely don't feel any of the extreme side effects that come with it, especially the physical ones. It's just, on occasions, there are some times where I feel intense amounts of anxiety, and at points I don't really know how to deal with them.
Okay. Now, do you feel overwhelmed under those situations?
Most of the time, yeah. I definitely don't want to say that I, like, it would be like panic attacks, but I would kind of be overcome from the anxiety and really wouldn't know how to deal with it.
And what do you usually do in those situations?
Try distracting myself for the most part. I try.
Okay. That's a valid technique.
Yeah. I try thinking of something different. I try doing something different to get my mind off of it. Hopefully, to kind of forget about it for a moment.
And that kind of goes back to the mindful meditation we talked about a few podcasts back, where when you have those feelings, those thoughts that are overwhelming you, fill your brain with something else. Distract yourself away from it. Sometimes when you come back to look at what's causing that anxiety later after you've taken a break, sometimes it's not nearly as overwhelming as you originally thought it was.
Yeah.
How about depressive disorders? I know we did a podcast on depression as well, and we thought you were suffering from some of those symptoms. Do you get depressed?
Sometimes.
Do you get depressed or do you get sad? There's a difference between
Probably
the two.
sad.
And I think we
less.
all get sad. Considering the world today, it's kind of hard not to get sad at times.
Yeah.
So you do experience some of these. How do you think you handle these things overall? Do you feel you're more like a burden these days? Do you feel less like a burden these days? Do you feel like you're making progress?
I've been trying to make progress. I've started feeling a little less like a burden on you guys, probably because I've started becoming slightly more independent. And I've been somewhat able to deal with some of my emotions, but even at points I do have to come to you, and at those points I do sometimes feel like a burden. As for certain things like sleep, I've started getting a lot better. I haven't really had too many issues sleeping recently, and when I do, I try not to bother you guys about it. And if it gets to a point where it is going to be a bit bad, then I will come to you,
Right.
just in case.
So when you come, you say sometimes when you feel it gets to the point where you have to come to us, you feel like a burden. Is that because it's gotten to the point that you can't deal with it and you need help, or is that because mom or your daddy make you feel like a burden?
Probably more this first option, because I know I can reside in you guys, and I personally don't really know how to deal with it, so I don't really know if I have any other choice other than just, suffering through it, and I don't really want to have to deal with that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about some tips and tricks on how to stop feeling like a burden. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.